Chapter 1037 The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body, requesting monthly votes. The numerous seeds of the fierce sun intertwined, forming the embryonic shape of a cycle. Thus it repeated, endlessly. At this moment, Lin Yuan's physical body was rapidly accelerating in its transformation into the fierce sun divine body. The searing heat between heaven and earth surged continuously into him. I can feel it. My physical Bodhis metamorphosis into the fierce sun divine body has been drastically shortened in time, something that initially would have required 3,000 to 5,000 years. See Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But it would only take 3 to 5 years. Only 3,000 seeds of the fierce sun, and already such phenomena? Lin Yuan was well aware of the number of seeds of the fierce sun within him. Only 30,000. It had not yet reached 33,333. Hence, the cycle formed by the seeds of the fierce sun was merely in its embryonic state. Even so, Lin Yuan could feel the changes in his physical body and soul, as though immersed in a hot spring. Exceedingly comfortable, and his comprehension of the rules had further advanced significantly. No longer at the previous tortoise-like pace. These seeds of the fierce sun seemed to be forming a broken imprint? Lin Yuan's heart stirred as he diverted a thread of his consciousness to probe into it. Boom! Lin Yuan's awareness instantly soared to infinite heights, arriving at a place filled with boundless fierce sunday. This place was entirely crimson red, as if it were the sole existence in the world. What is that? Lin Yuan raised his gaze to find a figure silently standing at an immeasurable height. This figure radiated infinite light and heat, lacking a definitive shape. Its form varied a millionfold depending on the perspective of the beholder. Buzz. In the instant he saw the figure, Lin Yuan's consciousness began to plummet. Who? On the 13th floor of the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan exhaled softly. At this moment, he realized that even with the 30,000 seeds of the fierce sun not yet fully forming the great cycle, they had given him a glimpse of some absolute secrets. That figure, could it be the ancestor of fierce sun? The eternal fierce sun above the heavens? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, reasoning that he accessed the crimson space through the seeds of the fierce sun, and that these seeds were indeed connected to the ancestor of fierce Sunday. It was natural for Lin Yuan to link the two together. How terrifying! Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. This was the first time he had directly faced a 13th-layer temporal being. The creator of the infinite void was also a 13th-layer temporal being. However, what Lin Yuan saw back then was merely a residual imprint left by the creator, lacking any concrete thoughts. But the figure standing amidst the boundless fierce sun, whether it was the ancestor of fierce sun's authentic form or even just an avatar, gave Lin Yuan an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. In this lifetime, can I truly achieve such a level? Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. Neither the Moyu Tower Master nor Xianhuang, nor even the creator of the infinite void, had left any method or description for crossing into the 13th layer. A 12th layer being's advance to the 13th layer, compared to an 11th layer being attempting to reach the 12th, was nowhere near as perilous. It wasn't simply a matter of success or death. For a 12th layer being to transcend into the 13th layer, there was simply no fixed method or path. Forget it. First, I'll cultivate to the chaos realm. Lin Yuan consolidated his thoughts. The 13th layer matters were still far too distant. At present, Lin Yuan wasn't even at the chaos realm, nor at the dominator realm. He was merely at the path-splitting realm. The infinite void has been mastered, and the martial Tao has once again reached the peak of the path-splitting realm. As of now, my strength, though not on par with the Chaos Void's true body, likely is only marginally inferior. While I can't claim the Chaos realm, I could easily crush anyone in the Dominator realm. Lin Yuan examined himself, making a concrete assessment of his power. If the fierce sun divine body completes its transformation fully, then I might not be weaker than a true body. Lin Yuan speculated to himself. The fierce sun divine body was the strongest physique of the fierce sun ancient country, second to none. Especially within the fierce sun ancient country, It was rumored that when the fierce sun divine body operated to its extreme, it could wield even a minuscule fraction of the eternal fierce sun's power above the heavens. Under such circumstances, even if the chaos void's true body successfully comprehended and replicated the fierce sun divine body, its ability to exert its power could never match Lin Yuan's own. Outside Qingfen City, several figures stood motionlessly in midair. Among them, a violet-haired woman stood as the lead. "Senior sister, is it true that the master plans to act against the Qingfen domain?" Behind the violet-haired woman was a man who looked ahead toward the majestic Qingfen City in the distance and asked aloud. "It is an order from the capital. The master cannot disobey." The violet-haired woman responded. "No matter how powerful the great lord might be, they must heed the orders of the ancient country. This was the iron law." Of course, some carefree great lords and heavenly venerates avoided accepting the ancient country's ennoblement, thus forfeiting many benefits and privileges. Such individuals were also free from obligations or constraints. Still, any great lord or heavenly venerate with even a hint of ambition would generally align themselves with one of the major ancient countries. There was no alternative. Within the ancient countries lay the most profound legacies, the most accurate guidance, and the strongest protection. Without affiliating with any ancient country, great lords and heavenly venerates could not foresee a path forward, thus finding progress exceedingly difficult. The capital's orders? The man who had spoken earlier did not inquire further. If it were merely their master's intentions, there might still be room for change, but the capital? "What do we need to do?" An elderly woman with a hunched back directly queried. "It's simple. The master will personally intervene, luring away Lord Qingfen. As for us, we'll infiltrate Qingfen City beforehand. With the master's methods in place, as long as we don't act, even Lord Qingfen won't detect a thing." The violet-haired woman continued, "Once Lord Qingfen is led away, we will strike without restraint, causing as much chaos within Qingfen City as possible. Then we can use the myriad formation crystal to replicate the formations of Qingfen City. Once back, we'll decipher its weaknesses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1038 The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body, requesting monthly votes? _2 causing upheaval in Qingfen City is merely a tactic. The ultimate goal is to use the myriad formation crystal to duplicate Qingfen City's formation. The woman with purple hair spoke. Only by preemptively decrypting Qingfen City's formation, waiting for Purple Dream Domain and other major domains to launch a full-scale attack on Qingfen City, can victory be swift and decisive. If not, with Qingfen City's formation operating at full capacity, coupled with the presence of the city's core formation, it would be more than sufficient to resist attacks from 7 or 8, even up to a dozen peak-level great lords of similar rank. The core of the plan is the myriad formation crystal. Such a treasure was granted from the capital, theoretically capable of replicating all formations in existence, and is extremely valuable. Marquis Purple Dream must return it after using it. Once Qingfen City's formation is duplicated successfully, Marquis Purple Dream will immediately invite ancient country formation masters to crack it, then swiftly ally with other domains to wage war. Even if Lord Qingfen realizes something is amiss, it will be too late to react. To change Qingfen City's grand array? That cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, they could only execute such a maneuver once. After breaching Qingfen City, Fierce Sun Ancient Countries experts would undoubtedly review the incident, easily determining the source of the issue. At that time, measures would certainly be taken to prevent this from happening again. No problem. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The few figures behind the purple-haired woman nodded slightly. This mission posed little danger. Lord Qingfen had been drawn away by Marquis Purple Dream, essentially eliminating the greatest threat. As for Lord Qingfen's disciples? Although Lord Qingfen is formidable, he's notoriously neglectful in his disciples' training, resulting in mediocre abilities among his students. Far inferior to them. Even Lord Qingfen's eldest disciple, Feng Wanqing, pales in strength compared to the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman's strength had already half-stepped into the realm of the Great Lord. Among the numerous sovereign-level figures in Purple Dream Domain, at least 10 possess strength comparable to Feng Wanqing. I heard that not long ago, Lord Qingfen took in a new disciple. To accept this disciple, he personally left Qingfen City. The hunched elderly woman spoke. This matter wasn't a secret. After accepting Lin Yuan, Lord Qingfen introduced him to his other disciples, a widely spread and celebrated story within Qingfen Domain, a demonstration of a meteoric rise. Initially, the Yu family was merely a second-tier household, but it soared to become one of the most influential families in Qingfen Domain. I've heard that too. Given Lord Qingfen's personality, it's unlikely he would recklessly leave Qingfen City just for a disciple. The man beside her expressed some curiosity. Fierce Sun Ancient Country designs its marquee system specifically to defend their respective domains, and the core of any domain is its domain city, the domain city of Qingfen Domain being Qingfen City. For Lord Qingfen to leave Qingfen City recklessly entails a certain level of risk. If, during that time, an enemy domain launched an assault, Qingfen City would be vulnerable without the suppression of a peak-level Great Lord. Though this scenario is unlikely. Lord Qingfen departed without notifying anyone beforehand. Enemy domains wouldn't know and would likely assume he remained within the city. Consequently, such attacks were improbable. Moreover, if Lord Qingfen dared leave, he must have confidence in his ability to return instantaneously. Thus, the risks were minimized. This particular scheme relied on Marquis Purple Dreams stalling Lord Qingfen, the act of stalling itself being crucial. Only by keeping Lord Qingfen occupied would they have enough time to employ the myriad formation crystal to replicate Qingfen City's formation. Lord Qingfen is cold-hearted. Under orders from Fierce Sun Ancient Country, he accepted several disciples, but none of them dare call him master. Yet for this newly accepted young disciple, he not only risked leaving Qingfen City but spared no expense in his training. The purple-haired woman slightly shook her head. This disciple named Yu Yen must possess terrifying talent and aptitude, at least far exceeding Feng Wanqing during his prime. Indeed. The others nodded slightly, agreeing inwardly. If it were an ordinary disciple, Lord Qingfen would never go to such lengths. In the future, this individual would undoubtedly become a major calamity for Purple Dream Domain. The purple-haired woman offered her assessment, followed by a shake of her head. However, there will be no future. The moment these words were spoken, the others laughed immediately. Indeed, there will be no future. If this plan succeeds, Qingfen Domain will fall entirely. Even if Lord Qingfen survives, he'll be reduced to being a fugitive, hiding somewhere to lick his wounds. As for the disciples he poured his heart into cultivating, there's hardly a need to worry. No matter how heaven-defying the talent may be, without the luxury of time to grow, not even royal progeny of the ancient countries poses a threat. Even if Yu Yen managed to mature eventually, it would take countless eons. At least in Purple Dream Domain's current scheme, he wouldn't have any role to play. If the duplication of Qingfen City's formation completes smoothly, the capital will send down a precious treasure. The purple-haired woman concluded. Her words aimed to boost morale. An item deemed a precious treasure by the ancient country would be coveted even by Great Lord-level experts. As for their group of sovereign-level figures, once obtained, even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could trade it with a Great Lord, exchanging it for resources they desired. Given that it was bestowed by the capital, none would dare attempt to seize it. For these sovereign-level figures, it was reassuring. A precious treasure? The hunched elderly woman and the others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming heatedly. As it stood, their mission didn't seem hard to complete, with the sole potential risk being whether Lord Qingfen would return early. Still, under the incentive of the capital's precious treasure, with no apparent danger or risk, they instead felt slightly uneasy internally. Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen gazed distantly. In recent days, he had clearly sensed abnormal movements from Purple Dream Domain. However, given Qingfen Domain's antagonistic relationship with Purple Dream Domain, such activity was ordinary. What exactly does Purple Dream intend to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039 The Terrifying Fierce Sun Divine Body, requesting monthly votes? _3 Lord Qingfen vaguely felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Better to make more preparations. Lord Qingfen pondered for a moment, then immediately summoned the disciples. Greetings, Marquis. Feng Wanxing and other sovereign realm cultivators bowed toward Lord Qingfen. Although Lord Qingfen never allowed them to address him as master, the treatment they received was hardly lacking. From now on, if I'm not in Qingfen City and the Purple Dream Domain or other major territories launch an assault, ignore other areas and focus on defending these specific locations. Lord Qingfen immediately listed the core arrays of Qingfen City. In Lord Qingfen's predictions, the worst scenario was being occupied and delayed. Then, the Purple Dream Domain would take advantage to cause chaos and destroy the city's arrays. If he remained in Qingfen City, the Purple Dream Domain wouldn't stand a chance. As for a full-scale invasion of Qingfen City, even if Lord Qingfen were absent from the city, the arrays of Qingfen City would activate automatically upon attack, providing enough support for a long period. Thus, Lord Qingfen speculated that the strong cultivators of the Purple Dream Domain might attempt to infiltrate Qingfen City in advance. However, their numbers would certainly be limited, as Qingfen City had specialized detection formations. If the thickness of life of those entering exceeded a certain threshold, an alarm would be triggered. The so-called thickness of life refers to the power and quantity of an entity. For example, if someone at the level of a great venerable enters, I would immediately sense it. Or if a large number of sovereign realm cultivators invade, I would sense that as well. The strongest entities could use secret techniques to suppress their own aura, hiding their origin and background. But the thickness of life cannot be altered. Should it exceed the critical threshold, I will promptly be aware. Understood. Feng Wanxing and the other disciples responded immediately. Marquis, is the Purple Dream Domain planning something recently? Feng Wanxing probed cautiously. The layout Lord Qingfen was organizing was clearly aimed at the Purple Dream Domain. I am merely making preparations. Whether the Purple Dream Domain takes action or not, we'll see when the time comes. Lord Qingfen replied calmly. Deep down, he even hoped the Purple Dream Domain would make their move. The power of the Purple Dream Great Venerable could barely match Lord Qingfen's level, but if the two clashed, Lord Qingfen would clearly hold the upper hand. Furthermore, Lord Qingfen recently made breakthroughs in secret technique cultivation. If Marquis Purple Dream dared to come, Lord Qingfen was confident he could seriously injure him. With Marquis Purple Dream severely injured, the Qingfen domain could enjoy peace for millions, perhaps tens of millions of years. Dismissed. Lord Qingfen waved his hand. Once all the disciples had retreated, Lord Qingfen sank into contemplation. That disciple of mine has been requesting far too many resources lately. Lord Qingfen rubbed his chin. Lin Yuan was his most valued disciple. Though Lord Qingfen rarely interacted with him publicly, he had been secretly observing him all along. Still, as long as you can bear it, resources are nothing. Go ahead and take them. Lord Qingfen smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation in his heart. Search * the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Inside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan was observing the changes in his physical body. After condensing 30,000 seeds of the fierce sun, the transformation speed of the fierce sun divine body had skyrocketed. Lin Yuan could perceive the changes in his body and physique every single moment. Every drop of my blood, down to the most microscopic particles, has turned crimson, evolving more intricate patterns. Lin Yuan's expression carried traces of contemplation as those patterns intertwined, significantly strengthening his physical body and even resonating with the most fundamental Dedeo principles of heaven and earth. Whether in this origin world or within the chaos void, every cultivator seeks Dedeo enlightenment to wield its principles. This act is inherently proactive. Yet the unfinished transformation of the fierce sun divine body now seemed to give Lin Yuan a sense of instinctive resonance with the universal Dadao principles. He didn't need to pursue the Tao naturally came to him. Magnificent. The more Lin Yuan observed, the more he marveled inwardly. Beneath the practice of body refinement secret techniques, Lin Yuan possessed deep foundations and had mastered supreme skills like the Xianhuang physique, a Tao-protecting secret method created through the painstaking effort of a great saint, along with portions of the demonic jade immortal body. However, neither the Xianhuang physique nor the demonic jade immortal body were anything more than methods to refine the physical form, building an indestructible existence. The fierce sun divine body, on the other hand, reconstructed the physical form, fundamentally altering its composition. Up to now, Lin Yuan still wasn't sure whether he remained part of the human race. Of course, the defining attribute of a race wasn't the physical form but the primordial spirit and true spirit, a truth Lin Yuan had long understood during the main universe era of human civilization. Many evolutionists of human civilization in the main universe had chosen to seize unique life forms to enhance their starting points. After seizure, their physical forms might not remain human, yet as long as their true spirit was human, they were still considered human. The fierce sun divine body also has distinctions. The most basic fierce sun divine body is formed from 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun. As the number of condensed seeds of the fierce sun increases, the power of the divine body grows stronger. Lin Yuan thought to himself. These insights were gained from Lin Yuan's meticulous observations of his own body. The transformation process of a fierce sun divine body created from 20,000 seeds of the fierce sun was vastly different from one created with merely 3,000 seeds. This difference wasn't just in transformation speed but also in the details of the composition. Once the fierce sun divine body is fully transformed, everything will become clear. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. While the transformation remained incomplete, much couldn't yet be understood. Time flowed slowly. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Lin Yuan's physical body finally completed its final transformation. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the changes in his physique and physical form. At this moment, the most microscopic elements of Lin Yuan's body had completely transformed into particles of flame, with profoundly mysterious patterns etched upon every particle. The patterns intertwined and entangled with each other. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. With the transformation of the fierce sun divine body completed, an abundance of instinctual information flooded into his mind. P.S. Second update. 10,000 words completed. Begging for monthly votes please if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1040 Chaos. Requesting monthly votes. The moment the fierce sun divine body was formed, a torrent of instinctual information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan's consciousness rapidly absorbed the information. These bits of knowledge stemmed from the divine Bodhi's inherent instincts, much like how a person instinctively knows how to breathe or open their eyes upon birth. This is the fierce sun divine body? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. During the metamorphosis of the divine body earlier, he had already sensed the intimidating nature of this constitution. In addition to the many texts and legacies within the sky-burning court, there were detailed descriptions of the fierce sun divine body. Sia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was only when his physical body had completely transformed into the fierce sun divine body that Lin Yuan realized he had underestimated it. Too powerful. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Although it remained flesh and blood, the smallest microcosmic components had already transformed into countless fierce sun particles, marked with deep and mysterious patterns on their surface. Burn everything, devour everything? Lin Yuan carefully felt every intricate detail of the fierce sun divine body. When Lin Yuan condensed the 30,000th seed of the fierce sun, his spirit and will had once entered a crimson space, where he glimpsed what seemed to be the figure of the ancestor of Fierce Sunday. It had countless manifestations. Different beings perceived it in different forms. Similarly, the fierce sun divine body varies among awakened individuals, with each being distinct. Lin Yuan's fierce sun divine body, while maintaining the infinite power of burning, was also endowed with a devouring force. Anything, living or dead, burned to ashes by the divine Bodhi's power could have its origin source directly absorbed. Even space and time could be set ablaze, converting into origin source to replenish Lin Yuan. This devouring and absorption process happens instantaneously. It requires no refining time whatsoever. Simply put, for Lin Yuan at this moment, battles were not an expenditure, they were feasts. This ability, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. It was truly monstrous, tantamount to a perpetual motion machine, eliminating any concerns of depletion. Consider this, even Chaos Venerables worry about resource exhaustion. Chaos Great Saints manage somewhat better by constantly refining Chaos Chi to sustain themselves. But what if there was no Chaos Chi around? Lin Yuan's fierce sun divine body possessed the ability to burn and devour everything. Chaos Chi, enemy-killing blows, visible and invisible elements, tangible and intangible, all could be burned and devoured. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at his fingertips, Lin Yuan ignited a tiny flame. The flame burned silently, warping the surrounding space slightly. Cracks began to appear, and Lin Yuan immediately felt streams of warmth flowing into his physical body. So this is the sensation of burning and devouring space? Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful, and he promptly extinguished the flame. This ability must still be used cautiously. A single misstep could cause massive collapses in time and space, potentially drawing the attention of the upper echelons of the fierce sun ancient country. After all, allowing Lin Yuan to recklessly burn everything might incinerate the entire fierce sun ancient country. Of course, the territory of the ancient country was vast and boundless. Burning and devouring such a massive area would likely take an unimaginable amount of time. Furthermore, the dukes and kings within the country would never stand idly by, let alone the eternal sun that reigns supreme above the heavens. The key point was that the origin source gained through devouring could replenish consumption, heal injuries, but offered little else in utility. My current strength. Lin Yuan let out a long breath. The so-called burning and devouring were merely one of the abilities appended to the fierce sun divine body. After completing its metamorphosis, Lin Yuan's physical strength and vitality had skyrocketed immensely. In direct combat, I shouldn't be weaker than the true forms of beings birthed from the chaos void. If it comes to a prolonged stalemate, I'd ultimately be the one to prevail. Lin Yuan examined himself. The burning and devouring ability of his awakened fierce sun divine body rendered him unmatched in endurance-based battles. Trying to outlast him? Even great saints might not surpass Lin Yuan. Transform into the fierce sun. Transform into the fierce sun. Lin Yuan sensed the intricacies of the divine body. Every strong individual who awakens the fierce sun divine body shares one unifying ability. That is, the transformation into the fierce sun. This serves as the ultimate finishing move of the fierce sun divine body. Once activated, the physical body and essential vitality are completely converted into a miniature fierce Sunday. At that point, one can draw a tiny, insignificant trace of power from the eternal sun that resides above the heavens. Of course, using this ultimate move places an immense burden on the origin source of the fierce sun divine body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best avoided. Once activated, recovering from it could take millions, if not tens of millions, of years. My awakened fierce sun divine body offers far greater physical and vital enhancements compared to other similar bodies. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The fierce sun divine body was known as the strongest divine body within the fierce sun ancient country, with ample documentation describing its properties. Lin Yuan was also aware of the enhancements experienced by others who awakened the fierce sun divine body. However, the degree of improvement fell far below his own. It's the influence of the seeds of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As early as during the metamorphosis of the fierce sun divine body, Lin Yuan had noticed the quantity of seeds had a profound effect on the transformation of his body. Now this conclusion had been confirmed. In reality, the more seeds of the fierce sun one condenses, the stronger the awakened divine body becomes. Among the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country, this was not considered a secret. But knowing is one thing. Being able to achieve it is another entirely. Chaos void. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Fierce sun divine body. Lin Yuan carefully observed every detail of the fierce sun divine body. His origin world avatar shared the same consciousness as him, meaning Lin Yuan could examine the divine body from every conceivable angle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041 Chaos. Vote for monthly tickets? _2 It will be very difficult to replicate this kind of physique. Lin Yuan concluded. The solar flame divine physique was extraordinarily complex, down to its most microscopic components. Those flame particles whose surfaces were etched with countless profound and mysterious patterns. See Tichnell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. To Lin Yuan, such a structure felt as boundless as an entire universe. The solar flame divine physique in its original world was a natural evolution. It required 3,333 seeds of the fierce sun, cycling together to gradually reform the physical body and vitality until, finally, the solar flame divine physique emerged. However, in the chaos void, the seeds of the fierce sun were completely ineffective. To replicate a solar flame divine physique here, one would need to comprehend every microscopic flame particle. Take it slow. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. With his against heaven's understanding, unraveling the essence of the solar flame divine physique was indeed difficult but not impossible. Lin Yuan's attempt to comprehend the solar flame divine physique wasn't driven by the desire to replicate it in the chaos void. Rather, he was simply intrigued by the microstructure of its flame particles. Such comprehension could possibly hint at another grand path, one comparable to the 13th tier legacy of the infinite void. Should he achieve such understanding, it would open countless other possibilities. Lin Yuan wouldn't need to confine himself to the solar flame divine physique. He could easily create various physiques equivalent to the solar flame divine physique, achieving unimaginable heights on the path of physical vitality. Qingfen City. A purple-haired woman gathered with other powerful figures of the Purple Dream domain. We finally managed to infiltrate. A gaunt man spoke with a solemn expression. At present, they were inside Qingfen City. If they were discovered, it would mean certain death. Lord Qingfen could obliterate them with a single thought. We used secret treasures to completely conceal our auras. As long as Lord Qingfen doesn't deliberately inspect us, he won't notice. The purple-haired woman's tone was calm. Qingfen City, as the domain city and the core of the Qingfen domain, saw countless powerful beings entering and leaving regularly. How could Lord Qingfen possibly investigate every single entity entering the city? If Qingfen City didn't have a formation specifically designed to detect the thickness and weight of life, it wouldn't have been so difficult for just a handful of us to infiltrate. The purple-haired woman shook her head slightly. At this moment, there were only 12 of them who had infiltrated Qingfen City from the Purple Dream domain. Any more would risk alerting the life detection formation and drawing Lord Qingfen's attention. Life has both thickness and weight. Auras can be concealed, but the thickness and weight of life cannot be hidden. Occasionally, Qingfen City might see the arrival of a dozen sovereign-level beings. That wouldn't be unusual. But if the numbers increased beyond that, it would become suspicious. If 50 or 100 sovereign-level beings were dispatched and the thickness and weight of life in Qingfen City surpassed the vigilance threshold, Lord Qingfen, even if unaware of abnormalities, would conduct a thorough investigation of the city. If such an investigation began, Qingfen City would enter full defensive mode. At that point, with Lord Qingfen on guard, it would be highly uncertain whether Marquis Purple Dream could accomplish their objective. This mission is crucial. Using the Myriad Formation Crystal to replicate all the arrays in Qingfen City can only succeed It must not fail. The purple-haired woman spoke with solemnity. If such a plan failed, any future attempt to attack the Qingfen domain would come at an unimaginably high cost. And even then it might not succeed. Understood. The others nodded. They were fully aware of the gravity of their task. For this mission, they had even brought the myriad formation crystal, a priceless treasure, to replicate the formation arrays. The myriad formation crystal was forged through the painstaking efforts of a formation master from the ancient nation, and its value was immeasurable. If this plan hadn't involved a strategy of an ancient nation-level magnitude, the myriad formation crystal would not have been used. Senior sister, what's our next move? An elderly, hunched woman turned to the purple-haired woman, asking softly. Wait. The purple-haired woman replied. Wait. The group exchanged glances. Wait for our master to make a move. He will occupy Lord Qingfen, and then we will proceed with the plan. The purple-haired woman's tone remained composed. If Lord Qingfen retained any spare capacity to act, they wouldn't dare to reveal even a hint of their aura, let alone use the myriad formation crystal to replicate the arrays. Understood. The group nodded. Before infiltrating Qingfen City, they had no knowledge of how their plan would unfold. It was only after entering the city that the purple-haired woman informed them of the subsequent steps. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. The purple-haired woman thought silently to herself. If they successfully replicated Qingfen City's arrays, she would earn immense merit. With the ancient nation's rewards, she might even fully step into the level of a great lord. The purple-haired woman was at the peak of sovereign level, with 1 foot already in the realm of great lords. She was acutely aware of the vast gap between a great lord and those below that rank. In fact, all 10-plus powerful figures from the Purple Dream domain who had infiltrated were mostly at half-step great lord strength. Given the limitation in numbers, the infiltrators were naturally the strongest of those at the sovereign level. Lord Qingfen, who had been meditating in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes. Not far away, a figure silently coalesced, the silhouette of a woman clad in a purple skirt. Purple Dream. Lord Qingfen gazed at the purple-skirted woman and smiled. Why send only an avatar here? If the purple-skirted woman had descended in her true form, Lord Qingfen wouldn't waste a single word. He would have immediately activated Qingfen City's grand array to suppress her. Capturing a feudal lord from an enemy ancient nation alive would be a monumental achievement. Even if it wasn't possible to capture her alive, killing or severely injuring her would still greatly benefit Lord Qingfen. But unfortunately, Lord Qingfen was acutely aware that the Purple Dream Marquis standing before him was merely an avatar. To me, there's little difference between an avatar and my true form. Marquis Purple Dream's tone was gentle. The path she walked was rooted in soul illusion. She was not proficient in matters of the physical body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042 Chaos. Vote for monthly tickets? _3 Even if it's just an incarnation, as long as the mind and will are strong enough, it can still unleash terrifying combat power. Just an incarnation? How much of your mind and will can it contain? How strong can the secret techniques it wields really be? Lord Qingfen scoffed in disbelief. Qingfen, I've spent 30,000 years weaving you a beautiful dream. Why don't you come in and take a look? The voice of the woman with the violet dress overlapped heavily, echoing. Lord Qingfen immediately sensed his consciousness beginning to descend into a haze. This isn't good. Your incarnation contains the origin source of your true self? How could you bear to do this? Lord Qingfen's eyes widened as he struggled to stay awake, resisting the pull into slumber. Meanwhile, layers upon layers of a spatial-temporal maze started to manifest in the surroundings. As his usual retreat for cultivation, it was naturally also the core area of Qingfen City's formation coverage. With a single thought, he could activate the formation's power to protect himself. Purple Dream, you can at most trap me for 100 breaths of time. Lord Qingfen glared at Marquis Purple Dream, even as his mind and will rapidly descended. Before he completely fell into unconsciousness, Lord Qingfen had already transmitted messages to his many disciples and followers. 100 breaths, that's more than enough. Marquis Purple Dream stared at the now slumbering Lord Qingfen. Though the price she paid to trap Lord Qingfen for 100 breaths was not small, her goal was never to kill him. That was impossible. Protected by Qingfen City's Grand Formation, a mere incarnation, even with 7 or 8 other peak Great Lord level experts of the same tier, couldn't touch him within 100 breaths, let alone kill him. Besides, even if the current Lord Qingfen was slain, he'd surely have life-preserving mechanisms and would not truly perish. The stakes weren't significant in that sense. Marquis Purple Dream's true strategy lay with the disciples equipped with the Myriad Formation Crystal, who had long infiltrated Qingfen City. With Lord Qingfen's consciousness thrown into slumber, not only the awareness of his true form but even his incarnated avatars, Qingfen City would become leaderless. 100 breaths of time would suffice for the Myriad Formation Crystal to fully replicate the city's formation structures. Before falling completely into slumber, Lord Qingfen had already delivered instructions to his many disciples and subordinates. The Marquis wants us to head immediately to the formation's core areas to guard them? Feng Wanxing and other Dominator-level experts received Lord Qingfen's urgent summons. Though perplexed, they hesitated not for a moment, promptly acting as per the prearranged protocol. Not long before, Lord Qingfen had sensed something amiss. He had already warned Feng Wanxing and the Dominator-level experts that if anything unexpected occurred, they were not to concern themselves with the rest of the city but instead guard the specific formation core zones. In Lord Qingfen's calculations, even under extreme circumstances, such as Marquis Purple Dream making a move, her aim would likely be to sabotage Qingfen City's formation cores. As long as the formation's cores were protected, the grand formation of Qingfen City would remain intact, and the strategies of the Purple Dream domain would naturally collapse on their own. Master said I shouldn't leave? Lin Yuan also received Lord Qingfen's final transmission. His tone was so urgent, something must have gone wrong. Lin Yuan speculated inwardly, glancing outside the sky-burning court. Since Master told me not to leave, I definitely won't step outside. Lin Yuan actively operated the formations surrounding the sky-burning court. Normally, these formations ran in hidden mode, only triggering during emergencies. Taking a prudent approach, Lin Yuan ensured the formations ran at their highest defensive intensity outright. This level of operation consumed significant energy, but after deducing that Lord Qingfen was likely in trouble, Lin Yuan disregarded such costs. Master has successfully stalled Lord Qingfen. The violet-haired woman received word, a hint of delight flashing across her features. This operation by the Purple Dream domain hinged on the critical point, whether Lord Qingfen could be stalled. If he couldn't be held back, then it would all amount to nothing. Their emergence would only mean death. Only 70 breaths left. The violet-haired woman glanced at the other figures behind her. Marquis Purple Dream was confident she could trap Lord Qingfen for over 100 breaths, but they needed to reserve ample time to retreat from Qingfen City. Let's begin. With a sweeping gesture from the violet-haired woman, hundreds of colossal figures materialized. These were all puppets at the pinnacle of Dominator-level strength. Without a trace of life aura, they could evade detection by Qingfen City's formation sensors. Rumble, hundreds of peak Dominator-level puppets began wreaking havoc within Qingfen City, drawing overt attention. Meanwhile, the violet-haired woman and other strongholders concealed themselves, equipped with the Myriad Formation Crystals, and secretly set to replicating Qingfen City's grand formation structures. At one of the formation core zones, the violet-haired woman and her allies appeared. Lord Qingfen's disciples are guarding inside. The violet-haired woman smiled faintly. Truly worthy of being a peak great lord who has fought us in the Purple Dream domain for years. He's thought things through so thoroughly, even predicting our target might be the formation cores within the city. The other strongholders shared knowing grins. Though Lord Qingfen had just been stalled, the disciples had promptly stationed themselves at the formation cores, clearly a precaution prepared in advance. But unfortunately for them, armed with the Myriad Formation Crystal, There was no need to destroy the formation cores. They merely had to replicate them from afar and bring them back to be deciphered by the ancient country formation masters. The effort to directly destroy the formation cores versus secretly replicating them from outside was leagues apart in difficulty. The violet-haired woman and her allies spent just 3 breaths using the myriad formation crystal to replicate this core structure, then quietly vanished. SEA the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The disciples guarding the formation core remained completely oblivious to the violet-haired woman and her team throughout. Time continued to flow. 20 breaths quickly passed. We've already replicated 6 formation cores. The violet-haired woman was greatly satisfied. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Hundreds of puppets at the pinnacle of Dominator-level strength were brazenly attracting Qingfen City's attention on the surface. Thus far, their path had encountered no hindrance. Qingfen City had 12 formation core zones in total. They had already replicated 9 within 20 breaths. Time remained comfortably ample. Let's move to the next formation core. The violet-haired woman and her team immediately began rushing toward their next target. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Purple Dream Domain has indeed made a move. Feng Wanxing was stationed at one of the most crucial core formations and immediately noticed the chaos within the city. The uncontrolled actions of those hundreds of peak Dominator realm puppets stirred energy fluctuations so intense, they were hard to ignore. If not for the Marquis orders, instructing us to guard the core formations, just these mere hundreds of puppets? Feng Wanxing shook his head slightly. Hundreds of peak Dominator realm puppets didn't mean much. It was only because the strongest Dominator realm powerhouses of Qingfen City were ordered by Lord Qingfen to guard the core formations. This allowed the puppets to seize the opportunity to rampage across the city. Feng Wanxing understood the reasoning behind Lord Qingfen's decisions. As long as the core formations remained intact, Qingfen City would stand as unshakable as a mountain. The destruction caused by the peak Dominator realm puppets? It barely mattered. SAR the Novel et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Marquis must have been held back by Marquis Purple Dream. Feng Wanxing's mind churned with thoughts. With Lord Qingfen's strength, dealing with those puppets would be as easy as snapping his fingers. The only explanation for the lack of action was that Marquis Purple Dream was hindering him. Could Marquis Purple Dream be stalling the Marquis merely to let these puppets run amok? Feng Wanxing pondered deeply, sensing that something was off. Even he didn't care about the destruction caused by the puppets, as the losses to Qingfen City were minimal at best. Although he didn't know what method Marquis Purple Dream was using to forestall the Marquis, it certainly came with a price. Paying a price, just to inflict such trivial, insignificant damage on Qingfen City? I'll wait until the Marquis is free to act before pursuing this matter further. Feng Wanxing decided to set his questions aside until he could speak to Lord Qingfen in person. Right now, all 12 core formations across the city are under strict guard. Feng Wanxing glanced in other directions. So far, the other 11 core formations had not been attacked, and everything remained normal. And then there's Junior Brother. Feng Wanxing turned to look toward Sky Burning Court again. Junior Brother is also staying within the court. Feng Wanxing was acutely aware of Lord Qingfen's regard for Lin Yuan. If Junior Brother were to encounter any harm during this raid by the Purple Dream Domain, Lord Qingfen would undoubtedly fly into an unparalleled rage. But for now, Junior Brother appeared to be perfectly safe. He had not left Sky Burning Court. As long as he remained within Sky Burning Court, there was no need to worry about his safety. The defenses of Sky Burning Court were unmatched in all of Qingfen City, better protected than any of them, including Junior Brother himself. As long as the 12 formations remain secure, and Junior Brother stays unharmed, let these puppets wreak havoc as they please. Feng Wanxing withdrew his gaze from the chaotic city streets. The purple-haired woman and several powerful figures flitted through the void, passing through every corner of Qingfen City. The myriad formation crystal faintly emitted a hazy light, replicating every formation within its range. Only 2 core formations remain. The purple-haired woman felt a surge of delight, and the other powerhouses couldn't hold back their smiles. So far, their movements had gone completely undiscovered. All of Lord Qingfen's Peak Dominator Realm disciples were focused entirely on guarding the core formations, paying no attention to what was happening beyond them. They only needed to approach the core formations slightly, then use the myriad formation crystal to replicate them remotely before retreating with ease. No one would notice a thing. Up ahead is Sky Burning Court, where Lord Qingfen's most prized disciple is cultivating. At that moment, the thin, wiry man trailing behind the purple-haired woman suddenly spoke. Sky Burning Court? The purple-haired woman cast a fleeting glance in that direction. Sky Burning Court was also an important node within the city's grand formations. They'd have to pass through it and let the myriad formation crystal replicate its structures. Swoosh. Soon, the group reached a spot not far from Sky Burning Court. Buzz. When the purple-haired woman finished replicating the formations around Sky Burning Court with the myriad formation crystal, she was preparing to leave. The hunched old woman beside her suddenly spoke. Lord Qingfen values this disciple so highly. If we were to kill him, wouldn't that be a major accomplishment for us? These words instantly sparked a glint in the eyes of the others. Lord Qingfen had countless disciples, hundreds of thousands in total, but even someone like Feng Wanxing could only address him as the market. It was clear that even if Feng Wanxing were to fall in battle one day, Lord Qingfen likely wouldn't blink an eye. But Lin Yuan? Not only had Lord Qingfen personally escorted him out of Qingfen City, but he also allowed Lin Yuan to address him as Master. Moreover, in recent times, Lord Qingfen had fulfilled nearly all of Lin Yuan's requests, even offering up his normally secluded training grounds, Sky Burning Court, to him. From this, it was evident just how much Lord Qingfen cherished Lin Yuan. And it also suggested that Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude must be monstrously extraordinary, so much so that someone as exalted as Lord Qingfen, a peak-level great lord, had lost his usual composure. Senior sister, since we still have plenty of time, and with Lord Qingfen occupied by our master while the Peak Dominator Realm disciples are preoccupied with the core formations, why don't we give it a try? The thin man grew visibly eager. Given Lord Qingfen's regard for Lin Yuan, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even have the privilege of laying eyes on him, let alone take any action against him. It was only now, amidst the conflict between Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain, that they had the chance to get so close to Lin Yuan. I also think it's worth trying. Another powerhouse from Purple Dream Domain chimed in. In the short term, killing Lin Yuan would be a tremendous feat, a tangible reward. In the long term, Lin Yuan's terrifying talent posed a dark threat. If left alone, he would undoubtedly become an insurmountable obstacle for Purple Dream Domain in the future. Rather than waiting for him to grow into an unstoppable force, why not take the chance to snuff him out now? Even if they failed, it wouldn't matter. They still had plenty of time left in Qingfen City, more than enough to replicate the remaining formations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1044 Are You the Great Lord? Seeking Monthly Pass. _2 As for whether killing Lin Yuan would incite Lord Qingfen's wrath? The Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain are inherently adversaries. Even if Lin Yuan were spared, would Lord Qingfen possibly let them go? Then let's give it a try. The purple-haired woman considered for a fleeting moment and quickly made her decision. She was also curious to see what qualities a disciple nurtured so meticulously by Lord Qingfen would possess. Since the decision was made to act, the purple-haired woman and her companions wasted no time, appearing instantly in front of the Sky Burning Court. This Sky Burning Court is one of Lord Qingfen's retreat spots and a residence for the favored disciple. It's surely protected by a formidable array. We must act swiftly, and if we find that we can't breach the array, depart immediately. The purple-haired woman clearly understood the group's objective: replicate all the arrays within the city. As for killing Lord Qingfen's treasured disciple, That was purely incidental. Success would be ideal, but failure shouldn't interfere with their main task. Understood. The other powerful figures nodded in agreement, sharing her perspective. A mere attempt posed no risk or downside. Inside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan gazed out beyond. In fact, the moment the purple-haired woman's group employed the myriad formation crystal to replicate the arrays surrounding the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan had already detected their presence. However, adhering to Lord Qingfen's instructions, he had refrained from taking action, continuing his cultivation undisturbed. But now, the group had arrived right outside the sky-burning court. What are they trying to do? Lin Yuan stepped out of the pavilion, still within the protective range of the Great Array. So this is Lord Qingfen's newly accepted disciple? The purple-haired woman spotted Lin Yuan, but without a word, she struck directly. Ia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In an instant, a hazy purple force began to envelop the sky-burning court, while other purple dream domain powerhouses unleashed their methods, holding nothing back, aiming to kill Lin Yuan in the shortest possible time. The intelligence regarding Lin Yuan obtained by the purple-haired woman and her companions came from the Yu family. Before apprenticing under Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan had only reached the 8th layer of cultivation. With their half-step great honor tier of strength, even with the Great Array's protection, as long as even a trace of power seeped through, Lin Yuan would have no chance of survival. Rumble. Terrifying energy crashed toward the sky-burning court. At that moment, an invisible barrier rose around the sky-burning court. The combined attacks of more than 10 half-step great honors were completely intercepted by the barrier, their strikes dissipated soundlessly, vanishing in an instant. A defensive formation of this caliber? The purple-haired woman's expression grew grave, and she immediately abandoned further efforts to strike. She could tell that the defenses of the sky-burning court's great formation were immensely formidable. Forget about their half-step great honor strength. Even a true great honor-level expert wouldn't be able to breach it in a short amount of time. Lord Qingfen truly dotes on this disciple. The other Purple Dream Domain experts couldn't help but marvel. The sky-burning court wasn't even the central node of the array, yet its level of defense likely surpassed the core itself. Was it simply because Lin Yuan resided within? Could it be that Lord Qingfen had specifically adjusted the formation's coverage for this reason? Let's go. Don't waste time here. The purple-haired woman promptly decided to leave. The other Purple Dream Domain powerhouses followed suit. Their strength isn't much after all, huh? From within the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan observed for a while. Watching the power unleashed in the attacks by the purple-haired woman and the others, which had entirely been blocked by the array, he calculated their strength. With this assessment, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. A projection of his primordial spirit emerged from his body, moving autonomously out of the sky-burning court's confines, stepping beyond the array's protected zone. Since moving into the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan had been greatly satisfied with the cultivation environment. He had silently watched the havoc the purple-haired woman wrought in Qingfen City. If he wasn't sure of her level of strength, Lin Yuan would naturally be cautious, adhering strictly to Lord Qingfen's advice, staying hidden in the sky-burning court. But now, the strength of the purple-haired woman and her companions? Nothing to fuss over. Lin Yuan immediately thought of resolving the threat they posed to Lord Qingfen. Of course, to exercise caution, Lin Yuan didn't step out in person. Instead, he sent out a projection of his primordial spirit. This way, even if an extreme scenario occurred, such as the purple-haired woman concealing her true strength, or a hidden great honor peak or heavenly venerate level power lurking in the vicinity unnoticed by Lin Yuan, the worst-case scenario would merely cost him a projection, which he could reconstruct at any time. The purple-haired woman and her companions were just about to leave when they suddenly noticed a figure voluntarily emerging from the sky-burning court. Yu Yan. The purple-haired woman stopped in her tracks, staring at Lin Yuan with a mixture of astonishment. Why wasn't he staying safely hidden in the sky-burning court yet chose to step out voluntarily? You're from the Purple Dream Domain? Lin Yuan looked at the purple-haired woman and her team. Sneaking around here, there's no way this is something good. Attack him directly. The slender man's figure vanished, blending into the space around him. Lin Yuan's voluntary emergence from the sky-burning court had presented him with what he deemed an excellent opportunity. Though he suspected that Yu Yan's willingness to step out might imply a hidden trump card, did he himself not possess cards as well? A purple dream domain expert let out a cold snort. A silent wave of spiritual energy appeared, enveloping Lin Yuan imperceptibly. Not only the slender man spotted an opening, but almost instantly, the rest of the purple dream domain powerhouses acted, intent on giving Lin Yuan no chance to react. The purple dream domain expert who had delivered the soul attack furrowed his brow. Soul attacks are immediate and undetectable, so his was the first to land on Lin Yuan. Yet, the assault yielded no feedback whatsoever, as if it had been swallowed by a swamp, disappearing entirely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1045. Are you the Great Lord? Seeking monthly pass. What's going on? The expert from the purple dream domain looked uncertain and suspicious. Swish. A series of terrifying attacks roared through space-time toward Lin Yuan, arriving within mere meters of his body in an instant. Why hasn't the defensive formation appeared? The purple-haired woman froze slightly. She had assumed Lin Yuan walked out so confidently because he was still within the defensive formation. But now, their attacks were about to strike Lin Yuan, yet there wasn't the slightest trace of the formation's aura. Is this a clone of that Yu Yan? The hunched old woman glanced at the sky-burning court and speculated in her heart, whether it's a clone or not, he's dead for sure. Whoosh. To Lin Yuan's right, a figure emerged, a gaunt man who extended his right hand to grab Lin Yuan. The purple-haired woman, seeing this, immediately turned away. She didn't need to look to know that Lin Yuan's death was certain. The gaunt man's physical body was reputed to be the strongest under the great lords of the purple dream domain. In the realm of pure physical strength, he could even withstand several blows from a great lord and survive. With the gaunt man this close, even the purple-haired woman felt her scalp tingle, let alone Lin Yuan, who had no chance of survival. Is this the strength you all dared to infiltrate with? Lin Yuan glanced at the gaunt man reaching out to grab him and casually flicked his right hand. Though it was just a primordial spirit that walked out of the sky-burning court, because of the secret technique, illusory reality, the primordial spirit had transformed into a fleshly body. Its combat power wasn't much weaker than his true physical form. Various physical body divine abilities, the 13th level inheritance, infinite void, and even the fierce sun divine body, everything could still be cultivated in spirit form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Lin Yuan's casual hand wave, the gaunt man, who had already reached him, suddenly showed a drastic change in expression, turning deathly pale and coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His body and soul began to collapse until a faint green glow enveloped him and barely stabilized his injuries. He retreated violently backward. This scene left the purple-haired woman and the other purple dream domain experts watching in stunned disbelief. Senior brother Quang Zhen? The purple-haired woman couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. He was severely injured instantly? If not for the tears of life gifted by the master, wouldn't he already be dead? Senior brother Quang Zhen's physical body was unmatched in the purple dream domain. Even a great lord's attack might not kill him. And yet, with a mere flick of Lin Yuan's hand, he had practically already died once. The purple-haired woman couldn't accept this. Even if Lin Yuan had hidden strategies to confidently walk out of the sky-burning court, she had assumed it would involve defensive measures, something, for instance, to evade the gaunt man's attacks. But this? What was this? Rumble. At this moment, the other purple dream domain experts' attacks also descended. However, all of their assaults instantly ignited upon brushing against the edges of Lin Yuan's garments, burning unceasingly until they were completely annihilated. He's a great lord, he's a great lord. Not far away, the gaunt man, senior brother Quang Zhen, transmitted a message to the purple-haired woman and the others without hesitation and fled without looking back. If not for the life-saving treasure, the tears of life, he would have been completely annihilated just now by Lin Yuan's casual hand wave. For someone to casually land a blow that inflicted such devastating damage, there was no explanation other than that Lin Yuan was a great lord. That's why the gaunt man transmitted such a warning. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: escape. As for why the youngest disciple of Lord Qingfen would be revealed as a great lord, there simply wasn't time to think about it. A great lord? The purple-haired woman's pupils contracted, and she likewise prepared to flee. Buzz! The surrounding space-time began to condense from all directions, hardening like amber and trapping all the Purple Dream Domain experts within. Trying to run? Lin Yuan stepped forward, appearing behind the gaunt man, and pressed down with his palm. The gaunt man's physical body began to collapse again. This time, without the tears of life to save him, only a wisp of his soul remained, which Lin Yuan suppressed and collected. Swish! Lin Yuan waved his hand once more. Among the remaining dozen or so Purple Dream Domain experts, 9 of their physical bodies instantly ignited and began burning uncontrollably, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. From the moment Lin Yuan had voluntarily stepped out of the sky-burning court until now, after making only a few moves, more than half of the dozen or so half-step great lords from the Purple Dream Domain had perished, leaving only a few survivors like the purple-haired woman, barely holding on with their life-saving treasures. Even so, the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts who survived couldn't hide their faces of terror. In front of Lin Yuan, they couldn't even talk about resistance, let alone mount a challenge. They were as fragile as ants. Is that the fierce Sun Divine Fire? Which great lord are you? The purple-haired woman looked terrified as she witnessed her fellow disciples being reduced to ashes. The fierce Sun Divine Fire of the fierce Sun Ancient Country could only be wielded by those who had awakened the fierce Sun Divine Body. To fully awaken the fierce Sun Divine Body, that required at least the peak of the sovereign realm, and even then, only an unparalleled prodigy could hope to achieve it. Someone like Lin Yuan, who could slay half-step great lords as easily as butchering chickens, was almost certainly a great lord. A great lord who had awakened the fierce Sun Divine Body? It was known that not all great lords could awaken such a body, but those who did were exceedingly difficult to contend with. So much pointless chatter. Lin Yuan struck again, reaching for the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts who were still alive. Rumble! Lin Yuan's arms suddenly expanded, piercing through the void and appearing directly in front of the remaining Purple Dream Domain experts. These experts, trapped within Lin Yuan's space-time cage, had their movements drastically slowed down. On top of that, they had already used up all their life-saving treasures to ward off the fierce Sun Divine Fire earlier. Now, faced with Lin Yuan's grasp, they could do nothing but watch as their physical bodies were pierced through the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Their souls suppressed and ultimately collected by Lin Yuan at will. Buzz. The purple-haired woman faced Lin Yuan's grasp as well. From the surface, Lin Yuan's attack seemed unremarkable, even slow. But to the purple-haired woman, it enveloped all space-time. No matter how she tried to evade or resist, it was completely futile, as though her fate was already sealed, to be pierced through by this grasp. At the core of Qingfen City's most critical formation, Feng Wanqing sat cross-legged, diligently obeying Lord Qingfen's orders to guard the location. Over there. Feng Wanqing noticed something and abruptly lifted his head to look in the direction of the sky-burning court. At that moment, he sensed a violent fluctuation in space-time emanating from that location. Not good. Feng Wanqing's expression instantly changed to one of panic. The junior disciple is in danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046 Is My Disciple the Great Lord? Seeking monthly pass. As long as junior apprentice brother stays within the sky-burning court, relying on the protection of the Great Formation, there shouldn't be any problems. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Feng Wanqing's mind, but his anxiety didn't ease in the slightest. What if the Purple Dream Domain has a way to bypass the great formation of the Sky-Burning Court? Or if they manage to lure Lin Yuan out on their own? Too many unforeseen events could occur. Initially, Feng Wanxing had doubts about the Purple Dream Domain's operation this time, expending resources to hold back Lord Qingfen. Only to let a few hundred puppets rampage through the city? That made absolutely no sense. A few hundred Peak Dao realm puppets already represent a significant cost. On the battlefield, they could already form a military formation. But in the city? At most, they could only wreak havoc here and there. They couldn't possibly inflict significant damage to Qingfen City. A losing trade. Would the Purple Dream Domain do such a thing? And now, sensing the deep temporal fluctuations coming from the Sky-Burning Court, Feng Wanxing suddenly had more speculations and thoughts. Could it be that the Purple Dream Domain's ultimate target is the junior apprentice brother? Although that possibility was equally unbelievable, Lord Qingfen, of course, valued Lin Yuan highly, but would the Purple Dream Domain really pay such a price for a junior apprentice brother who hadn't even reached the Self-Dao realm? Ruan, take over my position. Feng Wanxing's expression turned solemn, and he immediately made a decision. The temporal fluctuations from the direction of the Sky-Burning Court made him far too uneasy. He had to personally go and take a look. As for the Great Formation Core here, the Dao Realm level experts stationed here weren't just Feng Wanxing. There were also other junior brothers. If Feng Wanxing let go, it would indeed weaken the protective strength of this Great Formation Core somewhat, but compared to the junior apprentice brothers' safety, Feng Wanxing leaned toward prioritizing the latter. In the worst-case scenario, it could just be the Purple Dream Domain using a diversionary tactic, and this Great Formation Core might get breached. But Qingfen City had a total of 12 Great Formation Cores. The loss of just one core wouldn't significantly impact the city's defenses. However, if something happened to Lin Yuan, and Lord Qingfen found out afterward, Feng Wanxing didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Senior brother, you're leaving now? Junior brother Ruan's face visibly changed. He too could sense the temporal fluctuations coming from the direction of the Sky-Burning Court and was growing increasingly anxious. But the task entrusted to them by Lord Qingfen was to guard the Great Formation Core. Feng Wanxing's departure would be tantamount to leaving his post without authorization, and any accountability afterward wouldn't end well. He'll take full responsibility for all consequences. Just focus on guarding this Great Formation Core for me. Feng Wanxing shook his head and left immediately, heading toward the Sky-Burning Court. The temporal fluctuations still haven't stopped? Feng Wanxing grew increasingly uneasy. From the moment he perceived the temporal fluctuations from the direction of the Sky-Burning Court until now, several breaths had already passed. In all this time, what on earth had happened on the side of the Sky-Burning Court? Was the junior apprentice brother still all right? Search * the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Purple Dream Domain. In the cave abode of the gaunt man Kuang Zhen, a crystal-clear stone floated in midair, emitting faint soul waves. At that moment, a strand of soul power surged out from within the stone, condensing into a figure. It was the gaunt man Kuang Zhen. Whoosh. Inside the cave, backup measures that had been prepared long ago activated. Vast amounts of energy surged forth, condensing into a physical body. My true form. Kuang Zhen's face darkened. His true body had perished, and a strand of his soul had been suppressed by Lin Yuan. Realizing something was amiss, he had unhesitatingly extinguished that strand of suppressed soul. Then, utilizing prearranged life-saving measures, he resurrected. As one of Marquis Purple Dream's disciples, the gaunt man understood very well that even when facing a great lord, killing him through causal curses was nearly impossible. The defenses around his cave abode had been specifically designed to mitigate causal methods. But if even a strand of his soul fell into the hands of a great lord, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Kuang Zhen had decisively obliterated that strand of his soul. A great lord. Qingfen City actually had a hidden great lord. Kuang Zhen's expression revealed obvious fear. His physical constitution was unmatched in the Purple Dream Domain, yet against someone capable of killing him so effortlessly, It could only be a great lord. The other junior brothers and sisters, Kuang Zhen immediately tried to contact the other disciples. He learned that all their true bodies had also perished. They had voluntarily extinguished their suppressed souls and then resurrected using their life-saving measures. The senior sister is still alive. Kuang Zhen felt no relief. The purple-haired woman was the strongest disciple under Marquis Purple Dream, infinitely close to the realm of a true great lord. Of course, Kuang Zhen didn't believe the purple-haired woman could resist a great lord. As the leader of this operation, she carried numerous trump cards, allowing her to hold out for a brief moment even against a great lord. But only for a brief moment. If the opponent were indeed a great lord, her demise was inevitable. This mission seems to have failed. Kuang Zhen thought to himself. A hidden great lord had completely altered the dynamics of the battlefield, especially given their ambush in Qingfen City. They were entirely caught off guard. A dignified great lord, toying with us in such a way. Kuang Zhen's heart was filled with rage and frustration. In his view, their every move had likely been known by that great lord right from the start. Yet the great lord hadn't acted, merely watching them painstakingly reconstructing formations within the city, likely waiting to strike at the final moment, just to deliver despair. That information about Yu Yan must have been deliberately leaked by Lord Qingfen. All that talk about valuing Lin Yuan, about his connection to the Yu family, it's all fake. Lies, all of it. Kuang Zhen's face twisted in bitter anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047 Is My Disciple the Great Lord? Seeking monthly pass, _2 no. We need to inform the master immediately. The failure of this mission wasn't our fault. It was that cunning Lord Qingfen. The gaunt man Kuang Zhen promptly contacted Marquis Purple Dream. The plan targeting Qingfen City originated from the capital of the ancient country, and failure would certainly result in punishment. But was it not mentioned beforehand that another great lord was hidden within Qingfen City? If this information had been known earlier, the Purple Dream domain would never have implemented the current plan. Dealing with a hidden great lord would require comprehensive adjustments to the entire strategy. In front of the sky-burning court, time and space condensed, imprisoning all directions like amber. This Yu Yan is a great lord? The purple-haired woman was equally desperate, never expecting that she and her group, who intended to see if they could easily eliminate the future major threat to the Purple Dream domain, would encounter such a formidable opponent. And to find out that the other party was a great lord? Were they rulers contemplating dealing with a great lord? Rustle, rustle. Lin Yuan's right hand pierced through the void, reaching for her. This right hand encompassed all time and space. Earlier, many of the purple-haired woman's fellow disciples had perished under this hand, even the physically strongest gaunt man Kuang Zhen, whose body and soul disintegrated under it. Myriad Formation Crystal. Under the absolute threat of death, the purple-haired woman ignored everything else and directly brought out the ancient treasure bestowed by the capital of the ancient country. The Myriad Formation Crystal could replicate any postnatal array, profoundly mysterious, but it was not merely limited to replicating formations. Similarly, the Myriad Formation Crystal had other uses. It could activate the formations replicated within it externally. Of course, the actual power of a formation directly activated in this way was only a tenth or even several tenths of the original formation's power. However, it was very convenient. After all, setting up a formation required various materials, and the defensive array of Qingfen City had formed after countless millennia of accumulation. Yet the Myriad Formation Crystal could directly form a formation. Extremely astonishing. Rumble. A grand array containing an infinite spatial temporal maze enveloped the purple-haired woman, and Lin Yuan's reaching hand directly missed, falling into overlapping time and space, and finally retracted. This formation? Interesting. Lin Yuan observed closely, particularly eyeing the crystal floating before the purple-haired woman. Lin Yuan could sense that the spatial temporal grand array enveloping the purple-haired woman originated from this crystal. Great Lord, why stoop to attack an ant like me? The purple-haired woman's heart pounded, realizing that the manifested space-time grand array was already the strongest defensive formation she could activate. Even so, with Lin Yuan's previous grasp, she felt a slight tremble in the space-time grand array. After all, the purple-haired woman was not the true owner of the myriad formation crystal and could not activate its most potent formations. Even if she were the owner, without reaching the Great Lord or Heavenly Venerable Realm, she wouldn't be able to activate it. Despite the myriad formation crystal bypassing numerous material constraints and directly forming a formation, activating the internal formations required at least minimal understanding. You took the initiative against me and I can't fight back? Lin Yuan continued to observe the myriad formation crystal. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the source of formations, grasping many of their mysteries. With Lin Yuan's strength, if he truly acted, he could surely break through the space-time grand array by force and kill the purple-haired woman inside. But doing so would likely damage the crystal. Lin Yuan, having browsed countless books and inheritances on the 13th floor of the sky-burning court, knew this crystal should be the myriad formation crystal. Such a treasure's value was incalculable. Even if Lin Yuan didn't use it himself, he could keep it to exchange for the resources he desired. So he planned to grasp the mysteries of the space-time grand array activated by the myriad formation crystal slightly and directly bypass the array to kill the purple-haired woman. This way, the myriad formation crystal remained unharmed, and Lin Yuan would benefit. What a pity, the few suppressed souls extinguished themselves entirely. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A peak ruler's mere thought could extinguish their own soul, making it hard for Lin Yuan to prevent it. CTH novel, F.I.R. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. We didn't know you were here, Great Lord. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't act immediately, the purple-haired woman felt a deep sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't attacked, there was room for negotiation. I see that you, Great Lord, aren't a Great Lord of the fierce Sun ancient country. I wonder what price Lord Qingfen offered to have you stationed here? Our Purple Dream domain is willing to offer double. The purple-haired woman spoke up immediately. She was fully aware of the importance of this plan, as it concerned the beginning of a battlefield between the ancient countries. Even when encountering unexpected changes, they still needed to complete it to the best of their ability. Are you done speaking? At this moment, Lin Yuan had already fully comprehended the space-time grand array activated by the myriad formation crystal with his against heaven's understanding and acted again. Rumble. Lin Yuan's right hand reached out again, probing deep into the intertwining times and spaces. Great Lord, you? The purple-haired woman's heart trembled, but seeing the myriad formation crystal in front of her, she calmed herself slightly. I can't let this drag on. This way Lord Qingfen might free himself from the master's means. By then, if two great lords join forces, along with Qingfen City's array, the purple-haired woman was contemplating this when she abruptly noticed that Lin Yuan's extending right hand had not retracted after entering the space-time grand array, but continued to approach her. The space-time grand array encompassed countless overlapping times and spaces. Even a great lord-level strongman might be trapped in it briefly. But Lin Yuan's reaching right hand passed through the myriad overlapping times and spaces as if they were nothing, and the space-time grand array, centered on the myriad formation crystal, seemed as fragile as paper before Lin Yuan's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048 Is My Disciple the Great Lord? Seeking monthly pass, under scree and snow, the purple-haired woman within the space-time grand array widened her eyes. The myriad formation crystal was unable to stop Lin Yuan, and before a great lord-level expert, she had utterly no power to resist. In an instant, the purple-haired woman fell into Lin Yuan's right hand, layers upon layers of suppressive forces enveloping her. She could feel her thoughts slowing down. You want to suppress and capture me alive? The purple-haired woman immediately realized Lin Yuan's intentions. Without hesitation, she obliterated her own soul and consciousness. Lin Yuan retracted his right hand, leaving only the corpse of the purple-haired woman. Even her corpse began to disintegrate. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan summoned the fierce sun divine fire, which surged forward and burned the corpse to ashes. Just then, a deep purple tear condensed, expanding rapidly to form the figure of a woman clothed in a flowing purple gown. Which great lord are you? The woman in the purple gown was none other than Marquis Purple Dream. She had anticipated danger and left a contingency behind the purple-haired woman, enabling her incarnation to manifest in critical moments. After the gaunt man Kuang Zhen reported the developments in Qingfen City, Marquis Purple Dream realized something was amiss and immediately prepared to descend. Unfortunately, she was still one step too late. The purple-haired woman had already perished completely. The events unfolded too quickly for Marquis Purple Dream to intervene. Which great lord am I? Lin Yuan chuckled faintly. In truth, he wasn't a great lord at all. Not only was he not a great lord, he hadn't even reached the Tao realm. In terms of the essence of his existence, he aligned with the self-Tao realm of this source world. Yet Lin Yuan's foundation was far too deep, and his methods terrifyingly advanced, especially with his awakening of the fierce sun divine body. Every motion of his seemed infused with the blazing power of the fierce sun divine fire, making him indistinguishable from an actual great lord. I know all the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country who possess the fierce sun divine body, and you are not among them. Marquis Purple Dream shook her head. The number of great lords within the fierce sun ancient country who possessed both the fierce sun divine body and great lord level strength was exceedingly limited. A mere marquis like yourself, how could you know all the great lords of the fierce sun ancient country? Lin Yuan said dismissively. Whether it's the fierce sun ancient country or any other ancient country, there are bound to be hidden experts in the shadows. Marquis Purple Dream fell silent at Lin Yuan's words. Indeed, her lack of knowledge didn't negate Lin Yuan's existence. This time, I admit defeat on behalf of the Purple Dream domain. However, that myriad formation crystal is not mine. I ask you to return it, and I am willing to exchange other treasures for it. Marquis Purple Dream considered for a moment before speaking. Knowing that her plan had failed, her primary goal now was to minimize the losses. The myriad formation crystal was a gift from the capital. If it were lost, Marquis Purple Dream would bear the punishment, compelling her to ask for its return in exchange. Who do you think you are? A mere incarnation, yet you dare to negotiate with me? Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with fierce sun flames. He extended his right hand toward Marquis Purple Dream. As his hand reached out, it abruptly expanded, shrouding the skies and blocking out the sun. Marquis Purple Dream's expression shifted drastically as her form dissipated instantly. She was, after all, merely an incarnation, a form without substance, able to scatter or coalesce at will. Crush. The surrounding space-time abruptly contracted, forcing Marquis Purple Dream's dispersed figure to reform, compelled to confront Lin Yuan's descending palm. I'll remember you. Marquis Purple Dream fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan before shattering beneath the force of his palm. CTH Novelier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Expecting to reclaim the myriad formation crystal without a shred of sincerity? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Yuan shook his head. The myriad formation crystal's value far surpassed ordinary great lord-level treasures and weapons. Marquis Purple Dream had attempted to use a mere incarnation to retrieve it? Lin Yuan was no fool. Moreover, treasures like the myriad formation crystal were coveted by every ancient country. Lin Yuan could simply trade it with the fierce sun ancient country instead, a far more convenient and straightforward option. The myriad formation crystal? Lin Yuan turned his hand, revealing a crystalline object within which countless formations circulated faintly. From this encounter, defeating this group of peak Tao realm infiltrators in Qingfen City, the myriad formation crystal was Lin Yuan's greatest gain, along with a collection of other treasures and secret tools. Since they dared to infiltrate Qingfen City, these experts from the Purple Dream domain were undoubtedly well prepared, even bringing a treasure as precious as the myriad formation crystal. Clearly, they didn't lack other preparations. Not far from Sky Burning Court, Feng Wangxing's figure appeared. "Junior brother, you mustn't let anything happen to you." Feng Wanxing was deeply anxious. He would rather see a Grand Array core breached than to let anything happen to Lin Yuan. Before he approached, Feng Wanxing noticed space-time coalescing in front of sky-burning court. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown stood quietly there. "Is that Marquis Purple Dream?" As the eldest disciple of Lord Qingfen, Feng Wanxing was naturally familiar with the great lords of opposing domains and instantly recognized her identity. "As I suspected, the target is Junior Brother." Marquis Purple Dream's appearance outside Sky-Burning Court confirmed Feng Wangxing's suspicions. For a dignified great lord from another domain to appear here, the only possible target was Lin Yuan. And yet, what followed? Feng Wanxing witnessed a sight he would never forget. Before his eyes, his junior brother, standing calmly at the gates of Sky-Burning Court, extended his right hand. The hand grew explosively, shrouding the heavens in ancient, primeval majesty. And Marquis Purple Dream, faced with this monstrous palm, had no means of resistance and was shattered to dust in an instant. What? Feng Wanxing stared in stunned disbelief. This was his junior brother? City Lord's mansion. Lord Qingfen sat cross-legged, his consciousness trapped in a dream woven by Marquis Purple Dream. A moment later, Lord Qingfen's aura surged, and his eyes snapped open. "Purple Dream, your dream weaving leaves much to be desired." Lord Qingfen immediately spread out his senses, scanning Qingfen City's current state. Upon confirming the safety of the 12 Grand Array cores, he turned his gaze to Marquis Purple Dream. Lord Qingfen frowned slightly. The Marquis Purple Dream he now beheld appeared distinctly unsettled, staring straight at him with an inexplicable expression. This left Lord Qingfen a bit baffled. "You suddenly attacked me, and now you're wearing this expression? Qingfen, what a clever tactic, to have prepared ahead and secretly hidden a great lord. Truly impressive, truly cunning." After speaking, Marquis Purple Dream dispersed her incarnation voluntarily. This operation had resulted in catastrophic losses for the Purple Dream domain, and she would likely face punishment from her ancient country. Clever tactic? Lord Qingfen was utterly perplexed. Prepared ahead? Hidden a great lord? How did he himself not know? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049 Reputation, Request for Monthly Tickets. What is this Purple Dream talking about? Lord Qingfen frowned. She said him hiding a great lord? Inside this city? If it weren't for the genuine expression Marquis Purple Dream showed at the end, Lord Qingfen would have directly assumed she was spouting nonsense. A great lord? Lord Qingfen carefully probed the city again using the Grand Formation. Qingfen City had long been fortified with formations specifically designed to detect the depth and gravity of life energy. If a great lord-level expert had infiltrated, Lord Qingfen would have detected it immediately. Those puppets. Lord Qingfen glanced at the numerous Peak Dominator realm puppets rampaging through the city. With a thought, he collected all of them. These puppets, specifically created by the Purple Dream domain to wreak havoc in Qingfen City and conceal their true intentions, were naturally dealt with swiftly by Lord Qingfen. It seems that during the 100 breaths I spent trapped in the dream, significant changes occurred within the city. Lord Qingfen's eyes grew deep, and Qingfen City reflected within his gaze began to reverse. As a great lord-level being, his proficiency in the domain of time was naturally vast, allowing him to easily reverse time within a specific area, like a city. Of course, it could only reverse. He could not alter the past. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk time began to flow backward. See to Shovel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the moment 100 breaths ago. At this moment, Qingfen City was peaceful. Until Marquis Purple Dream descended with an incarnation. In the instant that Lord Qingfen fell into the elaborate dream Marquis Purple Dream had woven beforehand, a plethora of Peak Dominator realm puppets suddenly appeared across Qingfen City. These puppets? Lord Qingfen paid no heed to the puppets and focused his gaze on a group of individuals hiding in the shadows, led by a woman with purple hair. Peak Dominator Realm puppets had limited destructive power, and before falling into the dreamscape, Lord Qingfen had already issued orders for his disciples to guard the core of the formations. Thus, Lord Qingfen was unconcerned about these puppets posing any threat. And indeed, when Lord Qingfen awoke, the damage caused by the Peak Dominator Realm puppets to Qingfen City was negligible. All thunder, no rain. Purple Dream scheme, carried out by them? Lord Qingfen surmised that the puppets were merely tools used to divert attention. The real plan was likely to depend on these people. Lord Qingfen continued observing. He saw the group led by the purple-haired woman wandering around the nodes of Qingfen City's formations. However, to Lord Qingfen's surprise, the group didn't take any action. Even when they approached the core of the formations, they lingered for just a few breaths before quietly leaving. What are they trying to do? Lord Qingfen realized something was amiss. Marquis Purple Dream had spent tens of thousands of years weaving an intricate dream and sacrificed an incarnation containing her true essence, only for her subordinates to roam around Qingfen City aimlessly? Could it be? Lord Qingfen faintly began to form a conjecture. At this moment, the group led by the purple-haired woman arrived in front of the sky-burning court. Unlike before, this time the group did not leave. Instead, they actively began attacking the sky-burning court. A group of dominators daring to lay hands on my disciples? Lord Qingfen sneered, having personally adjusted the formations around the sky-burning court to make it one of the most heavily fortified areas of Qingfen City. With merely a dozen or so peak dominators, Lord Qingfen remained utterly unconcerned. Sure enough, when the group saw the sky-burning court's formidable defenses, they immediately abandoned their efforts. And then, something happened that left Lord Qingfen astonished. The previously safe and secure Lin Yuan within the sky-burning court suddenly walked out voluntarily. This, Lord Qingfen felt puzzled. But what occurred next deeply shook Lord Qingfen to his core. Lin Yuan casually delivered a few slaps, obliterating the group of Peak Dominator Realm experts. Then Marquis Purple Dream herself descended with another incarnation, only to be slapped to death by Lin Yuan as well. That was Marquis Purple Dream, a great lord-level being. Even though it was only an incarnation, it was far beyond what Dominator Realm cultivators could contend with. An incarnation of a great lord might not be able to crush certain exceedingly powerful Dominator Realm cultivators, but it should never have been overwhelmed so effortlessly. Time resumed its normal course. Lord Qingfen fell into silence. My disciple is a great lord? Lord Qingfen felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. This group led by the purple-haired woman, including the great Lord Marquis Purple Dream herself, merely assumed Lord Qingfen had deployed a hidden great lord within the city. But he knew his own situation well. Lord Qingfen truly hadn't done such a thing. Moreover, Lin Yuan was a disciple he had only recently accepted. These were indisputable facts. Lord Qingfen had no reason to lie about this. No, my disciple is not a great lord. Lord Qingfen abruptly snapped out of his thoughts, realizing that the formation designed to detect critical life energy levels in the city had not triggered any warnings. If Lin Yuan truly was a great lord, there was no way such a significant presence would have escaped detection. Not a great lord, yet possessing such power? Lord Qingfen pondered deeply, replaying the earlier scenes again. Fierce Sun Divine Body? Has the fierce Sun Divine Body awakened this quickly? Lord Qingfen's expression shifted. Could it be the bloodline, the fierce Sun bloodline? In the fierce Sun ancient country, any being capable of condensing the seed of the fierce Sun possessed at least traces of the fierce Sun bloodline. This bloodline belonged to the royal lineage of the fierce Sun ancient country. Of course, for typical beings, such traces of the fierce Sun bloodline were incredibly faint to the point of being negligible. The royal family of the fierce Sun ancient country was able to rule the entire nation precisely because the concentration of fierce Sun bloodline in their veins was sustained at a high level. That said, exceptions always exist. Even beings outside the royal family occasionally experienced bloodline regression. When regressed, the fierce sun bloodline would become especially potent, manifesting in traits such as an uncanny ability to condense seed of the fierce sun and withstand fierce sun radiance, allowing one's strength to grow exponentially to reach the Dominator realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050 Renowned, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Moreover, the awakening speed of the fierce sun divine body is terrifyingly fast, completely unreasonable compared to ordinary beings. And the ultimately awakened fierce sun divine body is far stronger than those awakened through normal methods. Beyond this, beings with a dense fierce sun bloodline possess extreme combat prowess, invincible among their peers? Even fighting across ranks? Both are possible. Could it be that my disciple's bloodline has undergone an ancestral regression, turning his fierce sun bloodline incomparably dense? Lord Qingfen pondered in his heart. This reasoning also explains why Lin Yuan could condense so many seeds of the fierce sun. For a being with an exceptionally dense fierce sun bloodline, condensing the seeds of the fierce sun is much easier. As for why he couldn't detect the life weight of a great lord-level existence? Because Lin Yuan isn't a great lord at all, but rather a sovereign realm being with an extraordinarily dense fierce sun bloodline. But to display combat strength nearing that of a great lord while being in the sovereign realm, my disciple's fierce sun bloodline density should be on par with the core royal lineage of the ancient country. Lord Qingfen thought secretly. The concept of fighting across ranks also depends on the realm one is in. To battle a sovereign is still conceivable, but for a sovereign to battle a great lord? It's akin to climbing the heavens. Even among the fierce sun royal lineage, those capable of achieving such feats are exceedingly rare. I never expected that I, Qingfen, would accept a disciple whose fierce sun bloodline rivals the core royal lineage. Lord Qingfen grew deeply emotional. Compared to a great lord, the core royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country is far more significant. Each member of the core royal lineage possesses an exceptionally dense fierce sun bloodline, their combat prowess terrifyingly high, with almost no bottlenecks in their growth. Even without cultivating, simply eating and drinking all day under the radiance of the fierce sun, they can swiftly grow to the sovereign realm. As for reaching the great lord realm, it requires some effort, but with a bit of diligence, it's achievable. It must be noted, Lord Qingfen spent countless resources and effort to step into the great lord realm, but the ancient country's core royal lineage? Of course, those among the core royal lineage with dense fierce sun bloodlines possess outrageous talent and aptitude, but their upper limit is merely the great lord realm. As for the heavenly venerate realm? Achieving heavenly venerate status cannot be reached through bloodline alone. So the novel, Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Still, a core royal lineage member of the fierce sun ancient country, even if only at the great lord realm, commands such terrifying combat strength that they can achieve invincibility among great lords and even challenge heavenly venerates. My luck? Lord Qingfen's thoughts were complex. He had picked up a disciple who is destined to be invincible at the great lord level. To this day, Lord Qingfen almost feels as though he is dreaming. Outside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan struck down Marquis Purple Dream's avatar with a single palm and saw Feng Wanqing, who had just arrived. Senior Feng. Lin Yuan took the initiative to greet him. During his time cultivating in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan had gotten along well with this senior brother. Junior. Feng Wanqing only dared to respond after hearing Lin Yuan address him as senior. The scene he had just witnessed was so frightening. Marquis Purple Dream, a figure of such prominence, had been shattered by Lin Yuan with such ease? Feng Wanqing speculated that Marquis Purple Dream had likely only sent an avatar. Her true body probably dared not enter Qingfen City. But even if it was only an avatar, it was still an avatar of a great lord. How could it be easily destroyed? Junior, just now? Feng Wanqing cautiously asked, testing Lin Yuan. Just now. Oh, just now, Lin Yuan casually explained, Some sovereigns from the Purple Dream domain snuck into Qingfen City, trying to make a move against me. The commotion in the city just now was caused by them, so I took the initiative to resolve it. Sovereigns from the Purple Dream domain? Feng Wanxing glanced around. While he didn't know which sovereigns the Purple Dream domain had dispatched, anyone bold enough to infiltrate right now would at least be at the peak of the sovereign realm. Eventually, Marquis Purple Dream sent down an avatar and even tried to threaten me with demands. But an avatar daring to act so boldly? Naturally, I dealt with her too. Lin Yuan stated. Marquis Purple Dream? Acting so boldly? Feng Wanxing suddenly felt that his junior brother seemed unfamiliar now. He could never have imagined that his usually quiet and reserved junior brother possessed this level of strength. Junior, your power? Feng Wanxing swallowed hard. I've just had a breakthrough, Lin Yuan admitted frankly. After his fierce sun divine body awakened, the cultivation resources Lin Yuan needed subsequently were immeasurable, like mountains and oceans. Keeping his strength hidden would, without doubt, be impossible given his demand for resources. So, rather than concealing it, he opted to display it boldly. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of this source world over his extended stay, a great lord-level existence generally has free reign within a region. As long as one doesn't offend the royal lineage of the various ancient countries, life can be quite carefree. Lin Yuan's overall strength now essentially reached the threshold of the Great Lord realm, and in certain aspects, even surpassed ordinary Great Lords. Feng Wanxing was full of questions but didn't know where to begin. Just had a breakthrough? And already capable of effortlessly destroying the avatar of a Great Lord? At this moment, a figure in a crimson long robe appeared not far away. Marquis. Upon seeing this, Feng Wanxing immediately bowed in greeting. You may leave now. Lord Qingfen glanced at Feng Wanxing. From the time-lapse projection, he had seen his eldest disciple's concern for the younger one. Thus, he refrained from pursuing the matter of Feng Wanxing leaving the core of the formation without permission. Master! Lin Yuan addressed Lord Qingfen respectfully. Lin Yuan held great reverence for Lord Qingfen. If he hadn't been able to focus his energy on cultivating in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan's path to achieving his current strength would have taken several-fold longer. Not to mention the possibility of encountering unexpected setbacks along the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051 Renowned, Seeking Monthly Tickets, _3 let's go inside and talk. Lord Qingfen nodded and then walked into the sky-burning court alongside Lin Yuan. I didn't expect your fierce sun bloodline to be so rich. Inside the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan with a sigh and said, Fierce sun bloodline? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately realized that Lord Qingfen must have attributed his strength to the fierce sun bloodline. As for the so-called fierce sun bloodline, Lin Yuan had learned much from the countless ancient texts and traditions within the sky-burning court. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately felt no need to explain too much. Everything could be attributed to the fierce sun bloodline. I'm not sure either, it's just that the more I cultivate, the easier it seems to be. Lin Yuan said at once. Your case of atavism midway through is naturally different from those core royals who are cultivated from a young age. Lord Qingfen shook his head and said, even within the royal family of the fierce sun ancient country, having a bloodline concentration reach the core level was extremely rare. Cases like Lin Yuan's, where the intense increase in bloodline concentration occurred through atavism, had only a few precedents since the existence of the fierce sun ancient country. Yes. Lin Yuan followed Lord Qingfen's words. What do you plan to do in the future? Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan and inquired. What does Master think I should do? Lin Yuan immediately threw the question back. Your bloodline concentration has reached the level of the core royal family. In theory, you should head to the capital as soon as possible and integrate into the royal family. Lord Qingfen paused for a moment before continuing, but you have no foundation within the royal family. Returning rashly is not a good thing. Not a good thing? Lin Yuan immediately understood. Even within the royal family, there are disputes and factions. Lin Yuan's fierce Sun bloodline had reached a core level, but he did not originate from any main royal lineage. Returning suddenly would be too complicated. Like a prince from the common folk returning to the palace wanting to inherit the throne? It certainly wouldn't be so smooth. So I suggest you stay in Qingfen City and wait until you step into the realm of the Great Lord, then return to the capital. Lord Qingfen said. A core royal of the Great Lord realm, their combat power is terrifyingly strong. Going back at that time would at least give you the power to protect yourself. Then I'll follow Master's advice. Lin Yuan immediately responded. In fact, Lin Yuan also didn't want to integrate into the so-called royal family because he did not rely on the fierce Sun bloodline to reach his current strength. Returning to the capital and integrating into the royal family would likely necessitate a bloodline concentration check. At that time, Lin Yuan would surely be exposed. If Lord Qingfen were to let Lin Yuan return to the capital, then, during Lin Yuan's return to the capital, he would suddenly disappear and find another place for intense cultivation. Anyway, with his current strength, he could come and go freely across the major domains nearby, and even the surrounding ancient countries. As for your identity, Lord Qingfen pondered, your identity as a core royal must not be exposed. A core royal with an extremely rich fierce Sun bloodline, if not hiding in the capital, would inevitably face assassination attempts from surrounding ancient countries, and even strong individuals at the level of heavenly venerate might take action. I will claim that you are a disciple I took many years ago, but have been cultivating outside, and I only brought you back recently after you stepped into the realm of the Great Lord. Lord Qingfen said. This explanation is quite reasonable. Lord Qingfen occasionally roams the Qingfen domain, and upon passing by the Yu family, noticed Lin Yuan's gifted aptitude, so he secretly accepted him as a disciple. As for the time discrepancy, Yu Yen is less than 500 years old? A Great Lord level expert can undoubtedly open a small world and then accelerate the flow of time, with rules fluctuating similar to the outside world. In such a small world, many rules can be mirrored from the outside, and there are indeed some peculiar and perilous lands within the vast fierce Sun ancient country where time flows quickly. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The main reason is that he has demonstrated Great Lord level combat power. Even if Lord Qingfen tries to suppress it, the Purple Dream domain would likely investigate Lin Yuan's identity. Under such circumstances, it's better to proactively craft an identity for Lin Yuan. Following this, Lord Qingfen gave a few more words of advice before getting up to leave. Inside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. The core royal family of the fierce Sun ancient country? Lin Yuan thought to himself. It said that beings whose bloodline concentration reaches the level of the core royal possess unrivaled combat power, with the potential to defeat great lords while in the Dominator realm. This is also the reason why Lord Qingfen concluded that Lin Yuan's fierce Sun bloodline was extremely rich. Besides the core royal family, who else could wield Great Lord level power without having reached that realm? Is this the 13th level bloodline? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, quite amazed. A Dominator counterslaying a Great Lord is akin to, in the Chaos Void, a Dominator standing alongside a Chaos Venerable. CTH novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At least until now, Lin Yuan hadn't heard of such a thing happening. But in this source world, there indeed seems to be evidence of such phenomenon. However, I am not a Dominator. Lin Yuan thought to himself. His true realm is the path-splitting realm. Path-splitting counterslaying a Great Lord? Even with a 13th level bloodline, it would be impossible. As Qingfen City gradually settled down, information about Lin Yuan started circulating rapidly. Outside the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan erupted with Great Lord level power, instantly overwhelming and killing the infiltrating powers of the Purple Dream domain, foiling the Purple Dream domain's plans, and even shattered an incarnation of Marquis Purple Dream. The impact of this news on the various factions and families of the Qingfen domain was imaginable. Lord Qingfen's disciples were the first to receive this news, immediately feeling somewhat bewildered. Was their youngest junior disciple actually a great lord? Senior brother, is this true? A disciple immediately sought out senior brother Feng Wanxing for confirmation. Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Feng Wanxing nodded. Initially he had his doubts, but after hearing Lord Qingfen's explanation, it all became clear to him. No wonder Lord Qingfen personally brought the youngest junior disciple back, as he had accepted him as a disciple many years ago. From now on, don't call me senior brother anymore. Feng Wanxing thought for a moment and immediately instructed. Among Lord Qingfen's disciples, power was respected. Even if they didn't know before, now that they knew Lin Yuan was a great lord, Feng Wanxing no longer dared to let others continue calling him senior brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052 Spirit Might King, Seeking Monthly Tickets, Yu Clan. Ever since Lin Yuan followed Lord Qingfen to the Domain City, the Yu Clan's days have been exceedingly comfortable. How could they not be? The great venerable Qingfen personally arrived to take Lin Yuan away. Such an honor. How many people in the Qingfen domain can claim the same? The Domain City is far too vast, full of intrigue. I wonder if Yu Yan can adapt to life there. Yu Qiling sighed deeply, worried about his son. If one seeks great achievements, they must venture to greater places, Yu Qiaolong said beside him. If he stays in the Yu clan, no matter how gifted Yu Yan is, his potential will be stifled. At best, he'll only reach the level of our elders in the future. By going to the Domain City and staying close to Lord Qingfen, Yu Yan stands a great chance of ascending to the sovereign realm, maybe even. Yu Qiaolong stopped short of saying that Yu Yan might have a slim hope of touching the great lord realm. Under Lord Qingfen, disciples reaching the sovereign realm were not unheard of, but even then, they didn't seem to earn any special recognition from the great venerable himself. I'm just a little worried, Yu Qiling responded, worried that Yu Yan might be bullied in the Domain City. After all, he's not strong enough yet. Bullied? Yu Qiaolong fell silent for a moment. With Lord Qingfen's favor, on the surface, certainly no one would dare to harm Yu Yan. But in secret, and even more insidious ways, who knows? The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled. Lord Qingfen had shown such overt preference for Yu Yan. What must the other senior disciples be thinking? Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If it's a short duration, it may not matter. But over time, undeserved favor without strength to match could become more of a liability than a blessing. This, Yu Qiaolong couldn't help but feel worried as well. Just then, from outside came the ripples of spatial distortion. A figure descended and rushed straight into the Yu clan's household. Patriarch, something major has happened in Domain City. Something major. This was one of the Yu clan's warriors, tasked with gathering intelligence from the outside world. Domain City? Something major? Yu Qiaolong's heart tightened. His son was currently in Domain City. Could it have something to do with Yu Yan? Yu Qiling, standing beside him, clearly had the same thought, his expression equally tense. What major event happened in Domain City? A few Yu clan elders appeared, their faces grave. Young Master Yen, young Master Yen. The warrior from the Yu clan paused, his expression tinged with disbelief, clearly shaken by the news he had received. What happened to Yu Yan? Yu Qiaolong furrowed his brow tightly. Even if Yu Yan had caused some major trouble in Domain City, there was no reason to beat around the bush like this. Young Master Yen has become a great lord. The Yu clan warrior steadied himself, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, including the Yu clan elders, everyone fell into stunned silence. A great lord? Yen? Are you spouting nonsense? Yu Qiaolong immediately reacted. Patriarch, this is absolutely true. Lord Qingfen himself said so, the warrior promptly replied. When he first received the news, he had thought it was a hoax, but after multiple confirmations, especially regarding the calamities in Qingfen City caused by the Purple Dream domain, it became undeniably clear, young Master Yen had indeed become a great lord. I'll go inquire further. The Yu clan elders exchanged glances and immediately reached out to their connections to verify the news from Domain City. Yu Chaolong did the same. After a short while, the elders of the Yu clan opened their eyes, their faces alight with excitement. In truth, even if they didn't inquire, soon enough many factions would proactively contact the Yu clan, eager to inform them and build favorable ties. A great lord. Yu Yan has indeed become a great lord. According to Lord Qingfen, he had discovered Yu Yan's exceptional talent and aptitude a long time ago when he happened to pass by the Yu clan. He then quietly accepted Yu Yan as his disciple. This was kept secret, though, until Yu Yan ascended to the rank of Great Lord. Lord Qingfen himself came personally to take him away. Who would have thought? Yu Yan actually ascended to the rank of Great Lord within the Yu clan? Such hidden brilliance. How could I, an elder, not have noticed? And that Dongyang family, they dared to attempt to assassinate Yu Yan? To assassinate a great lord? Ha! It's fortunate Yu Yan didn't even bother to retaliate at the time. The Yu clan elders were beside themselves with emotion, their excitement uncontainable. They had no reason to doubt the narrative. After all, without Lord Qingfen's covert guidance and cultivation, how could Lin Yuan possibly ascend to the Great Lord realm? My son, he's ascended to the Great Lord realm? Yu Chaolong, too, was overwhelmed with shock. He had expected Yu Yan to perhaps, after countless years of struggle, barely touch the threshold of the Great Lord realm, yet now it had already happened? Yu Yan, Yu Qiling was equally thrilled. At the very least, as a Great Lord, there wouldn't be anyone in the entire Domain City who would dare bully him. Many factions are already preparing to visit our Yu clan, one of the elders remarked. Their purpose, of course, was to pay homage to the newly ascended Great Lord, Yu Yan. Elder, I believe our most urgent task for now, Yu Chaolong interjected, is to reform the atmosphere within our Yu clan. Originally, when Lin Yuan was taken to Domain City by Lord Qingfen, the Yu clan had risen to the ranks of the top-tier families, and Yu Chaolong had begun to sense that some members of the clan were growing increasingly arrogant and reckless. Yu Chaolong had already intended to deal with this sooner or later, but now, with news of Yu Yan's ascension to Great Lord, he decided it couldn't wait any longer. If left unchecked, certain members of the Yu clan might exploit Lin Yuan's reputation to commit all sorts of misdeeds and troubles. Yu Chaolong was acutely self-aware. While he couldn't offer much to help Lin Yuan, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to drag Lin Yuan down. Naturally, the Yu clan elders nodded in agreement without hesitation. An arrogant and unrestrained clan was certainly not a good thing. Qingfen City. Sky Burning Court. Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen sat facing each other. So, this Purple Dream domain, this was their scheme all along. Lord Qingfen looked at the myriad formation crystal in Lin Yuan's hand, a flicker of dread flashing across his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053 Spirit Might King, Seeking Monthly Tickets, _2 on the surface, Marquis Purple Dream expended a portion of his true Bodis origin source to hold off Lord Qingfen, while unleashing hundreds of peak Dominator-level puppets to throw Qingfen City into chaos. In secret, he commanded his disciples to wield the myriad formation crystal to replicate the city's numerous grand formations. Afterward, even if Lord Qingfen sensed something amiss, it would be too late. As long as the replicated heart of myriad formation that mirrored the city's defenses fell into Marquis Purple Dream's hands, the defensive formations of Qingfen City would be rendered useless. The consequences of such an outcome were unimaginable. Marquis Purple Dream would only need to gather several great lords to easily breach Qingfen City, and at that point, the entire Qingfen domain would be doomed. I suppose I was just lucky, Lin Yuan said. Upon seeing the myriad formation crystal in the hands of the purple-haired woman, Lin Yuan gained a rough understanding of their plan. Fortunately, you were here, Lord Qingfen said, his tone laced with relief. If not for Lin Yuan, the purple-haired woman and her group might have left Qingfen City smoothly with the myriad formation crystal. If that had happened, how could he be sitting here so peacefully now? Then again, Lord Qingfen wasn't entirely sure about Marquis Purple Dream's real scheme. Even with some suspicions, he couldn't ascertain it. This time, that Purple Dream has suffered a significant loss. I suspect this myriad formation crystal was granted by the higher-ups of the ancient country. She's bound to face severe punishment for losing it. No wonder her face turned pale when I escaped the dream she had woven, Lord Qingfen said with a smirk on his face. In hindsight, Marquis Purple Dream had indeed lost both her troops and the figurative bride in this failed operation. How valuable is this myriad formation crystal, exactly? Lin Yuan asked as he stroked the crystal stone in his hand. Though the crystal carried immense strategic significance for large-scale forces, it held little personal meaning for Lin Yuan. As for the essence of the grand formations contained inside, Lin Yuan had already comprehended it over the time Head held the crystal. Simply put, Lin Yuan had fully grasped the essence of this myriad formation crystal and could replicate the formations within at will. He himself could now be considered the equivalent of a myriad formation crystal. You intend to sell this myriad formation crystal? Lord Qingfen asked, slightly surprised while looking at Lin Yuan. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Currently, the resources needed for his cultivation and advancement were massive, and relying solely on Lord Qingfen for support felt a bit unreasonable. Besides, Lord Qingfen wouldn't be able to sustain it for very long. While the fierce Sun Divine Body possessed the ability to burn and devour external items as cultivation resources, the repercussions of excessive reliance on this ability were monumental. Occasional use might not cause significant problems, but making it a consistent practice could draw the attention of truly powerful figures from the fierce Sun ancient country. The myriad formation crystal has substantial value and will be easy to sell. Lord Qingfen contemplated for a moment before saying, "Leave this matter to me. I'll contact buyers who have a genuine need for the myriad formation crystal." As a renowned peak-level Great Lord, Lord Qingfen naturally had many connections. With Lord Qingfen handling the negotiations, the crystal could be sold at the highest possible price. If Lin Yuan were to sell it on his own, he'd risk falling into traps. After finalizing the details for selling the myriad formation crystal, Lin Yuan and Lord Qingfen shifted their discussion to the Purple Dream domain. Marquis Purple Dream is unlikely to let this go, Lin Yuan said. From the strategies to stall Lord Qingfen to the attempt to replicate Qingfen City's grand formations using the myriad formation crystal, each step revealed Marquis Purple Dream's unrelenting ambition for Qingfen City and the Qingfen domain. Would Purple Dream Marquis truly retreat after such a failure? Furthermore, the assault on Qingfen City might not solely be Marquis Purple Dream's initiative. The myriad formation crystal was likely bestowed by the higher-ups of their ancient country, and the true mastermind behind the move on Qingfen City could be one of those high-ranking figures. I am well aware, Lord Qingfen nodded. With his strategic thinking, he had naturally deduced several possibilities. I'll take my leave now. A few of my friends have already expressed considerable interest in the myriad formation crystal. Lord Qingfen stood up and departed. Lord Qingfen disappeared. The sky-burning court fell silent once more. Purple Dream Domain. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered before he stopped ruminating further. Considering Lord Qingfen's knowledge of the Purple Dream Domain and its affiliated ancient country, Lin Yuan trusted him to handle the situation appropriately. As for the next steps against the Purple Dream Domain, Lord Qingfen would provide guidance. Lin Yuan's priority was to continue cultivating and strengthening himself. Essia the novel of Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. No matter the circumstances or location, enhancing one's strength was always the correct course of action. The philosophy of strength reigning supreme was universal across any realm or world. The number of fiery sun seeds I've condensed now exceeds 31,000, yet continuing to condense more is growing increasingly difficult. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. In truth, after reaching 30,000 fiery sun seeds, the difficulty in condensing each additional seed had increased by tens of times. Upon reaching 31,000 seeds, it had surged by another order of magnitude. At my current pace, it will likely take 600 to 700 years to condense 33,333 fiery sun seeds, Lin Yuan estimated inwardly. This calculation assumed that each subsequent fiery sun seed would be significantly harder to condense than the last. It seems I'm still far behind those core royalty of the ancient countries. Lin Yuan increasingly felt the arduous challenges of cultivation, particularly in regards to condensing fiery sun seeds. He couldn't help but envy those core royal bloodlines who could effortlessly condense fiery sun seeds even while asleep. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that even the core royal bloodlines with the purest of fierce sun ancient country lineage found the process of condensing fiery sun seeds far from easy. Especially beyond 20,000 seeds, their efforts were similarly grueling and slow. Bloodline advantages? Fierce sun radiance? At most, these could only marginally facilitate the condensation of fiery sun seeds. Even for the elite among ancient country royalty, surpassing the milestone of 30,000 fiery sun seeds meant that condensing each additional seed demanded thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054 Spirit Might King, Seeking Monthly Tickets? _3 Even sleeping, they were condensing? It was normal for a single sleep to span 10,000, 100,000, or even millions of years. Take it slow. I'm not in any hurry. Lin Yuan withdrew his thoughts. In this Feng Yuan world, he was not constrained by any lifespan limit. As far as cultivation was concerned, there was no need to rush. Steady progress was sufficient. Besides the seed of the fierce sun, my seventh physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan carefully sensed the depths of his physical Bodhis bloodline. Threads of primordial power were intertwining and tempering. The physical body divine ability I'm condensing now is probably related to the ancestor of Fierce Sunday. Could it perhaps be one of the innate gifts of this 13th level time being? Lin Yuan speculated silently. Within the Fierce Sun ancient country, all beings capable of condensing the seed of the Fierce Sun carried the bloodline of the ancestor of Fierce Sun, albeit extraordinarily diluted. Yet no matter how diluted it was, as long as it existed, it could be drawn out and condensed through the martial arts evolution road. Purple Dream Domain. Deep within the domain city, a grand and majestic hall stood. The Marquis Purple Dream, dressed in flowing violet robes, stood there silently. As time passed, one figure after another descended, appearing within the hall. These figures were clearly avatars of sorts, but for them to stand on equal footing with the Marquis Purple Dream, they were undoubtedly great lord-level powerhouses. Purple Dream, not only have you failed in your schemes, but you also lost the myriad formation crystal bestowed by His Highness? A low, deep voice sounded, and all the other figures immediately turned their gazes to the Marquis Purple Dream. I will personally explain this matter to His Highness. The Marquis Purple Dream fell silent for a moment, then continued, however, within Qingfen City hides another great lord, secretly trained as a disciple by Lord Qingfen, a piece of intelligence I was unaware of. If she had known earlier that a great lord was concealed within Qingfen City, her plans would have been vastly different. At the very least, among the infiltrators sent into the city, one would have included a great lord-level powerhouse. Failure is failure. What's the point of explaining? Another figure spoke coldly, glaring at the Marquis Purple Dream. Enough. Stop arguing. At that moment, another figure spoke. His Highness has arrived. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Upon hearing those words, all the figures within the grand hall instantly fell silent, standing quietly in their places. In just a moment, a vast consciousness descended, coalescing into a tall and imposing figure within the hall. Greetings, Your Highness. All the figures bowed slightly toward the tall silhouette. The towering figure, known as the Spirit Might King, swept his gaze around. He was a king-level powerhouse. In the many ancient countries of the Feng Yuan world, there were only two paths to being conferred the title of king. One was to step into the heavenly venerable realm and then receive the ancient country's decree of investiture. This was the most typical path for the many king-level powerhouses across the ancient nations. The other was to ascend to kingship through imperial lineage. The royal bloodline carried the essence of the ancient country's progenitor. To become a king through imperial lineage required a bloodline concentration nearly at the core of the royal hierarchy. Additionally, one had to reach the Great Lord level in cultivation. A Great Lord level powerhouse with a close-to-core royal bloodline might not quite match the strength of a heavenly venerate but would not lag far behind, thereby qualifying them for kingship. This spirit might king had ascended through the second pathway, carrying a potent bloodline of the ancestral progenitor. Speak. How are we to take the Qingfen domain now? Spirit Might King glanced at the group, his gaze lingering momentarily on the Marquis Purple Dream before speaking lazily. He already understood what had transpired regarding Qingfen City and knew it was not entirely the Marquis Purple Dream's fault. Who would have anticipated that Qingfen City harbored a hidden Great Lord? In fact, prior to initiating their plan, the Marquis Purple Dream had already simulated such a scenario, tracking the movements of Lord Qingfen's Great Lord-level allies and the region's other Great Lords from dozens of nearby domains. This was to ensure that her strategy would not coincide with a visit from one of Lord Qingfen's Great Lord-level allies. Yet ultimately, who could foresee that Lord Qingfen had secretly nurtured a Great Lord disciple? A Great Lord-level entity, concealed for so long? Truly, Lord Qingfen had exceptional patience. Your Highness, now that Lord Qingfen is on alert, seizing Qingfen City at the minimal cost will be exceedingly difficult. A figure spoke softly. This was indeed the truth. If the plan had gone smoothly, the Marquis Purple Dream would have replicated all of Qingfen City's formations. Then, with Spirit Might King stepping forward to request assistance from the ancient country's array master, they could have completely taken control of the inner and outer formations of Qingfen City in the shortest time possible. Afterward, the gathered Great Lord-level entities could infiltrate Qingfen City without detection and strike with overwhelming force. At that point, even if Lord Qingfen escaped alive, he would be fleeing in disarray, while Qingfen City, along with the Qingfen domain, would inevitably fall. But now, the possibility of taking Qingfen City at minimal cost had been virtually eliminated. After this encounter, Lord Qingfen would undoubtedly report the matter to the higher-ups of the fierce Sun ancient country. It was even probable that, at this moment, Qingfen City already harbored powerful individuals from the nation's capital. Now, even if Qingfen City's formations were laid bare, nobody would dare step inside. Since taking it at minimal cost is no longer possible, then we proceed with a standard assault. Spirit Might King spoke in an indifferent tone. Having just ascended to kingship, and as someone who had attained it through the Great Lord level, his prestige and strength still lacked recognition. He urgently needed a war to solidify his standing. In all the ancient nations, to beings below the Great Lord and Heavenly Venerate levels, the royal bloodline was exalted and inviolable. But in the eyes of Great Lords and Heavenly Venerates, the so-called royal bloodline was simply seen as a matter of luck. Slightly more concentrated ancestral bloodline, nothing more. They all carried the progenitor's essence in their veins. Even if your bloodline was purer, without strength or renown, why would anyone obey you? This was especially true of heavenly venerable level powerhouses. Their strength had already reached unparalleled heights. Even the core royal members of Great Lord level could only barely compare to them in power. Heavenly Venerate level figures generally paid little heed to the ancient royal family. Their willingness to accept royal decrees of investiture was purely out of respect for the progenitor of the ancient nation. A standard assault? The faces of the Marquis Purple Dream and the other Great Lord level figures changed slightly. This meant that a war between the two ancient nations was inevitable. Of course, it would only be a localized war, likely confined to several domains or at most dozens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055 Eye of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. I've just been crowned king. Logically, I should proceed cautiously, but there isn't enough time. Spirit Might King thought to himself, in just 1,000,000 years, Father will abdicate. By then, the new emperor will be chosen from the ranks of the royal kings. Self-Dao realm experts generally have no issues with lifespan limitations, and anyone who becomes an emperor of an ancient country, no matter how unimpressive their strength may seem, would surely far exceed the Self-Dao realm. In the source world, emperors of the ancient countries can serve no more than 300 million years. Once they surpass 300 million years, they must step down, and the next emperor will be selected from among the emperor candidates. I have no reputation, no power, and only 1,000,000 years to position myself as an emperor candidate. It's simply impossible. Spirit Might King had always harbored an ambition to become the emperor of an ancient country. An ancient country's emperor wields the supreme treasure bestowed by the progenitor, which yields great benefits for personal cultivation and further refining one's bloodline. Heavenly venerate-level powerhouses may dismiss the royal family, but they absolutely dare not underestimate the emperor of an ancient country, who is nearly equivalent to the progenitor's spokesperson within the nation. If I lack reputation, then he'll build it. The simplest way is to expand the ancient country's territories. Spirit Might King's gaze became profound as he set his sights on Qingfen City, a region within the Qingfen domain, a domain he had schemed over for many years. As long as Qingfen domain falls into his hands, it would quickly lead to sweeping influence across dozens, if not hundreds, of surrounding domains in a short time span. By then, conquering dozens or 100 domains for the ancient country would make him a strong contender for emperor, even if his qualifications were initially lacking. Your Highness plans to launch a war? Marquis Purple Dream cautiously asked. What's the matter? Spirit Might King glanced at Marquis Purple Dream. Nothing. It's just that war requires a great deal of preparation time, Marquis Purple Dream said. If they stuck to their initial plan, Qingfen City could be taken within half a day or even less. However, war comes with logistical challenges and preparation. The opposing side will also have time to prepare, leading to numerous clashes. No matter how efficient they are, it would still take hundreds of years from preparation to the actual outbreak of war. Then go prepare immediately. Spirit Might King frowned, then looked toward the other figures standing around him. For this war, I want all of you ready to act at any time. Understood. The assembled figures responded at once. As a royal king, Spirit Might King had the authority to initiate war. Of course, possessing the authority to wage war is one thing. If the war is lost and the ancient country suffers heavy losses, Spirit Might King would bear full responsibility. Conversely, if the war is won, Spirit Might King would reap enormous rewards. Even so, initiating war was not something any royal king undertook lightly. The risks were too high, and even among ancient countries, victory was by no means guaranteed. Spirit Might King, driven by his eagerness to elevate his own reputation, was taking a calculated risk. Qingfen City. Lin Yuan was cultivating within the sky-burning court. At that moment, Yu Yen, come out for a moment. Lord Qingfen's voice called out. Lin Yuan responded immediately, leaving the sky-burning court and heading to the city lord's mansion. This was also where Lord Qingfen usually cultivated. At this moment, there were two figures within the mansion engaged in pleasant conversation. The figure on the left was Lord Qingfen, while the one on the right was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's aura was restrained, making him seem like an average person. Yet his eyes were tranquil and warm, as though they contained the expanse of worlds. Seated there, he emanated an invisible, boundless vitality from the surrounding space, making others instinctively want to draw closer. Great Venerate Hongye? Lin Yuan instantly recognized the middle-aged man upon seeing him. Within Sky-Burning Court's vast collection of ancient texts and inheritances, one particular miscellany detailed information about all great lords and heavenly venerate-level experts across Fierce Sun Ancient Country and the neighboring ancient countries. Among them, Great Venerate Hongye was particularly renowned. Great Venerate Hongye was not appointed as a marquis by any ancient country. He disliked being bound by restrictions and therefore had not accepted an official title. In terms of strength, Great Venerate Hongye surpassed Lord Qingfen, having comprehended both the Chaos Flame and Chaos Life paths. Using the Chaos Rule as the foundation to evolve countless paths, this was the road that many great lords in the Source World aimed to traverse. Yu Yen, Brother Hongye is quite interested in your Myriad Formation Crystal. Lord Qingfen spoke up. Great Venerate Hongye. Lin Yuan immediately greeted him. He quietly observed the Great Lord, sensing the dual energies coursing through Hongye's being, one of blazing heat and one of life. To use Chaos Life as fuel for igniting Chaos Flame, indeed, Great Venerate Hongye's strength is fearsome. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he could barely muster Great Lord-level combat power through layers of accumulated resources and techniques, in terms of rule comprehension, he was still not at the level of these truly powerful Great Lords. Moreover, Great Venerate Hongye's strength was already at the peak of the Great Lord realm, nearly approaching the Heavenly Venerate level. Lord Yu Yen. Great Venerate Hongye spoke in a gentle tone, while also observing this newly risen Great Lord. Great Venerate Hongye was slightly startled internally. He couldn't sense any Chaos Rule evolution fluctuations from Lin Yuan, which was reasonable since such effects could be concealed. However, Great Venerate Hongye faintly perceived the terrifying depth of Lin Yuan's physical body. What an extraordinary body! A fierce sun-divine body of remarkably high quality, and it seems to contain some profound foundation. An immeasurable root of weight? CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Great Venerate Hongye wondered silently. Given his realm, he naturally couldn't see into the depths of Lin Yuan's physical body, let alone glimpse the universe within it. But he felt the weightiness emanating from Lin Yuan, seemingly exceeding the vastness of the world itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056I of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. _2-inch. Although he is a newly ascended Great Venerate, with such a solid foundation, reaching the peak of the Great Venerate level in the future shouldn't pose much of a problem. Great Venerate Hongye pondered silently. At the same time, he glanced at Lord Qingfen. He had known Lord Qingfen for many years, but he had never expected that this old friend would be so skillful in cultivating disciples. Great Venerate Hongye was well aware that being skilled in one's own cultivation and in teaching others to cultivate were two entirely different things. The three powerful Great Venerates exchanged some pleasantries before sitting down one after another. Great Venerate Hongye, this is the Myriad Formation Crystal. With a flip of his hand, Lin Yuan brought out the crystalline Myriad Formation Crystal. At this moment, all the formations contained within the Myriad Formation Crystal had been erased by Lin Yuan. This was done to maintain the confidentiality of the formations within Qingfen City. Great Venerate Hongye's eyes lit up as he gazed at the Myriad Formation Crystal for a while before slightly nodding. It is indeed the Myriad Formation Crystal. Currently, he had reached bottlenecks in both the Chaos Flame and Chaos Life Dao paths. He intended to explore other pathways to see if they could provide any insights for his progress. Among all formation-related treasures, the Myriad Formation Crystal was acclaimed as the source of formations, the culmination of the painstaking efforts of an array master. Even though the formations it once held had been erased, the Myriad Formation Crystal itself was an astonishingly intricate formation. This is for you. In return, Great Venerate Hongye also produced a storage bracelet filled with the cultivation resources Lin Yuan had requested. Lin Yuan accepted the bracelet, gave it a quick inspection, and then put it away. Great Venerate Hongye, this Myriad Formation Crystal was not obtained through conventional means. Lin Yuan exchanged glances with Lord Qingfen before speaking. Up to this point, outsiders only knew that the Purple Dream Domain had intended to stir chaos in Qingfen City, but the specific details, including the price the Purple Dream Domain paid, had not spread widely. Lord Qingfen and Lin Yuan had not publicized this matter, and as for the Purple Dream Domain, losing the Myriad Formation Crystal was hardly something they would advertise. Nevertheless, The fact that the myriad formation crystal had come from the Purple Dream domain and was likely tied to the high levels of their ancient country needed to be disclosed to Great Venerate Hongya. How exactly was it obtained? Upon hearing this, Great Venerate Hongya became intrigued. Lin Yuan then briefly recounted the events. Qingfen, there's no need to trouble yourself over such trivial matters. Great Venerate Hongya chuckled softly upon hearing the explanation. He, Hongya, was unrestrained and without attachment, not bound by any ancient country decrees. It didn't matter to him where the myriad formation crystal came from. Once it was in his hands, it was his. As long as the Great Venerate doesn't mind. Lin Yuan nodded. Some Great Venerates disliked unnecessary trouble, but Great Venerate Hongya seemed not to be one of them. Lin Yuan successfully completed the transaction with Great Venerate Hongya. The novel and at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Qingfen, you must have expended a great deal of effort to train such a disciple, Great Venerate Hongya said, transmitting a private message to Lord Qingfen before departing. A great deal of effort? Lord Qingfen suddenly felt a little guilty. In truth, aside from providing resources, he hadn't contributed much at all. It seems I should also find a disciple to inherit my teachings, Great Venerate Hongya sighed with a vague sense of emotion. Lin Yuan, having completed the transaction, returned to the sky-burning court. These resources are enough to sustain my cultivation for a long time. Lin Yuan scanned the vast amount of resources contained within the storage bracelet. To obtain the myriad formation crystal, Great Venerate Hongya had truly been generous. Though Lin Yuan was only at the path-splitting realm, his consumption of resources far exceeded that of others at the same level. The stronger one was, the greater the energy required to sustain their power. It was an unchanging rule. Next, I will seclude myself until I step into the mastery domain. Lin Yuan withdrew his wandering thoughts. After witnessing the might of someone like Great Venerate Hongya, he couldn't help but feel a heavy sense of pressure. Though his own strength had already reached the threshold of a Great Venerate, he was still far from comparable to a peak Great Venerate such as Great Venerate Hongya. Mastery Domain. With my current capabilities, once I step into the Mastery Domain, I shouldn't be far off from equaling Great Venerate Hongya. A confidence swelled within Lin Yuan. If he could advance to the Chaos Realm and fully master his numerous legacies, he might even rival the Heavenly Venerate Great Saints. Chaos Void. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the fractured world of star tears. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yuan watched as every detail of the world unfolded before his eyes. I've now refined 99 branches of martial Tao, each capable of reaching the 12th layer, with a select few even holding the potential to step into the mastery or chaos realms. Lin Yuan contemplated silently. Up to this point, the 9 strongest branches of martial Tao had been entrusted to 9 supreme figures of human civilization to cultivate. As for the remaining 90 branches, they had already begun spreading among the countless citizens of human civilization. The 99 branches of martial Tao encompassed nearly all directions, enough to be utilized by human civilization for an extended period. Spreading the Tao, Lin Yuan's eyes closed slightly. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to sense another dimensional space, filled with an endless array of glowing points. Every glow represented a martial Tao cultivator. It's not enough, not nearly enough. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As his strength and realm advanced, he increasingly realized that the so-called path of cultivation, the so-called path of evolution, was, at its essence, a journey through darkness. For those who came after, the road paved by their predecessors provided guidance. But what about those predecessors who first set out to blaze a trail? They had no clear direction, no predetermined path of correctness. Everything they did was groping through the darkness, risking getting lost at any moment. During such times, finding one's anchor became immensely critical. And for Lin Yuan, the countless martial Tao cultivators served as an anchor that transcended time and even life and death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, Eye of Myriad Laws and Martial Arts Evolution Road. Please subscribe. Underscore 3-inch. The path of martial arts evolution, if only circulated within human civilization, is still too slow. Lin Yuan thought to himself, how many citizens does all of human civilization have, really? Even if everyone practiced martial arts, it would still be difficult to form an anchor solid enough to stabilize a life form of Lin Yuan's magnitude. 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan thought of that mysterious organization, spreading across countless chaos continents, and even spanning various void domains. With the influence of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, it would be much easier to disseminate the path of martial arts evolution. I need to visit 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan made up his mind. 10,000 Paths Pavilion not only sells various evolution paths but also collects them. But within the fragment world of star tiers, Lin Yuan condensed a projection of himself, descending toward the ancient Ming Chaos continent below. 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan headed straight to the front of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, gazing at the exquisite and magnificent pavilion before him. Remarkable! Lin Yuan carefully observed 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Each time he viewed it, he had a different experience. After stepping into the 12th layer, crossing the threshold of life's essence, he further sensed the terrifying nature of 10,000 Paths Pavilion. From the records left behind by the lineage of profound Shenhuang, 10,000 Paths Pavilion was described as something that should never be provoked unless absolutely necessary. Even Shenhuang, the peerless great saint of that caliber, deeply feared 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Of course, any living being, so long as they adhere to the rules established by 10,000 Paths Pavilion, would generally not face any problem, which was the reason Lin Yuan dared to come. The influence of 10,000 Paths Pavilion was terrifying, but its essence was simply that of a trading hub, valuing fairness above all. Sigh. Lin Yuan stepped directly into 10,000 Paths Pavilion. At the moment, the interior of 10,000 Paths Pavilion was bustling with activity. Numerous 12th layer beings were coming and going. 12th layer beings entered 10,000 Paths Pavilion partly to search for a suitable cultivation path for their descendants and offspring, and partly to seek a replacement path for themselves. Many 12th layer beings were stuck at bottlenecks, unable to advance for countless cosmic eras. The main reason often lay in their current path not being perfectly compatible with them. Their understanding of laws, physical form, and soul all had reached the thresholds for breakthrough. Yet they still could not step into the next level, or each attempted breakthrough had ended in failure. It was time to consider whether the evolution path itself was the issue. If they could find a more suitable path, while it might involve the risk of shattering the Tao, it also held the hope of progressing further. Lin Yuan continued to walk deeper inside. The sky and earth seemed to transform, and he quickly reached an independent space where countless runes hovered faintly around the void. Please select a purpose. 1. Purchase an evolution path. 2. Sell an evolution path. 3. Other. An utterly emotionless voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Straightforward. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Sell an evolution path. Lin Yuan chose the second option. So, the emotionless voice repeated, place the evolution path you wish to sell onto the platform. Before Lin Yuan lay a platform entirely constructed of black stone. Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then flipped his hand to produce a jade scroll. It contained the records of a specific branch of the martial arts evolution path. This evolution path, named the Life and Death Martial Tao, was one that Lin Yuan had meticulously refined. Unlike the branch tailored specifically for human civilization, it was nearly universally applicable to any life form possessing flesh and blood. Buzz. The jade scroll floated above the black stone platform. Deep within 10,000 Paths Pavilion's inner space, an elderly Taoist holding a wine gourd was dozing off. At that moment, the elder seemed to awaken abruptly, mumbling, "Another evolution path with the potential to reach the realm of dominion requires my confirmation." As the pavilion master of this branch of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the elder rarely handled routine matters. Only when collecting evolution paths, especially those reaching certain thresholds, Was a secondary confirmation necessary? Collecting evolution paths required 10,000 paths pavilion to expend chaos stones, so repeated verification was naturally essential. Let me take a look. The elder stretched lazily and murmured, "This evolution path, named Life and Death Martial Tao? It utilizes the forces of life and death to refine both the physical body and the soul." The more the elder examined the path, the more intrigued he became. He faintly sensed that this evolution path seemed to hold potential far beyond the boundaries of the realm of dominion. It lacks the ultimate foundational traits of the 12th layer. The elder roughly analyzed the path and deliberated inwardly. "I'm somewhat unsure," the elder furrowed slightly in confusion. He could discern that the path's details were exceedingly refined. Logically, it shouldn't be limited to mere dominion potential. Could it be a Chaos Realm evolution path? He speculated in his heart, "No, if it involves the Chaos Realm, I'd better consult the Eye of Myriad Laws for verification." The Eye of Myriad Laws governs the operations of all branches of 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Each pavilion has the ability to summon a projection of it. The main 10,000 Paths Tower resides in the most enigmatic part of the Chaos Void, rumored to have been created by the Eye of Myriad Laws. Xian Huang once made various conjectures about the Eye of Myriad Laws, ultimately hypothesizing that it might be an ancient relic left by a 13th-layer temporal life form. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Universal laws and paths, extending everywhere. The elder, still holding the wine gourd, stood up and entered an octagonal hall, activating the floating runes in the void around him. Within moments, a vortex gradually appeared before the elder, from which a colossal eye was faintly projected. The Eye of Myriad Laws. The elder adopted a respectful demeanor. The immense eye, its iris golden, towered above the elder. "This is the evolution path." The elder wasted no words, immediately presenting the Life and Death Martial Tao and placing it before him. The Eye of Myriad Laws turned its golden iris slightly, fixing its gaze on the Life and Death Martial Tao. In an instant, deep within the colossal pupil of the Eye of Myriad Laws, the threads of time faintly extended, forming a trajectory of the Life and Death Martial Tao. This trajectory stretched continuously forward, ultimately piercing through the infinite depths of chaos. This evolution path? The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to perceive something, and its immense pupil subtly contracted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Within the immense pupil of the Eye of Myriad Laws, countless martial Tao cultivation pathways rooted in life and death extended and spread rapidly. The force driving the life and death martial Tao to stretch and spread in various directions is the power of time. As the foundation of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the Eye of Myriad Laws can observe the futures of each evolution pathway located across multiple timelines. Although it cannot encompass all timelines, it is more than sufficient to judge the potential of an evolution pathway. A new evolution pathway, especially one without an ultimate existence, who dares to predict how far it can eventually go? No matter how experienced a powerful individual might be, without personally cultivating a path, any judgment is mere speculation. The Eye of Myriad Laws dares, because it can glimpse the potential of a pathway through the futures of countless timelines. This evolution pathway barely has the potential to step into the Chaos Realm level, but I vaguely feel. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued observing the many futures of the Life and Death Martial Tao. In a small number of timelines, Chaos Realm level powerhouses emerged. Something isn't right. This evolution pathway resembles more of a branch stemming from a main path. The Eye of Myriad Laws finally confirmed its assumption. In the Chaos Void, countless vast void domains exist. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has catalogued an untold number of evolution pathways, naturally aware that some high-potential paths can give rise to branch evolution pathways. This doesn't mean that pathways capable of spawning branches are always superior to those that cannot, but the former undoubtedly possess higher potential. Interesting. The seller wants to leverage the influence of my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to disseminate his evolution pathway? The eye of myriad laws contemplated. Having seen and experienced too much, it could discern the essence of most matters at a glance. Still, an evolution pathway capable of birthing branches does qualify for such an approach. The eye of myriad laws nodded slightly. A pathway capable of spawning branches generally holds enough potential to reach the great saint level. Venerable Master of Myriad Laws, what do you think of this evolution pathway? The old man carrying a wine gourd tentatively inquired. He had summoned a projection of the eye of myriad laws precisely because he was uncertain whether the life and death martial Tao was a dominator-level pathway or a chaos realm pathway. After all, the difference between the two is immense. It can be considered a chaos realm evolution pathway. The life and death martial Tao across the countless timelines within the pupil of the eye of myriad laws dissipated. A chaos realm evolution pathway, the old man nodded. This aligned with his own intuition. Let him know, see Tich Novlier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just as the old man carrying the wine gourd was about to reply to Lin Yuan, the eye of myriad laws, condensed from the vortex of the void, did not dissipate. Instead, it spoke, I want to meet the seller in person. You wish to meet the seller in person, venerable master? The old man froze. The eye of myriad laws was the true controller of the 10,000 Paths Tower. Typically, a projection of the eye was only summoned to assess uncertain evolution pathways. Meeting sellers in person? Extremely rare. Given the exalted status of the eye of myriad laws, it usually disdained personal encounters with sellers. Yes. The old man's thoughts raced, and he quickly nodded. Isolated space. Lin Yuan stood quietly on a platform of black stone, waiting for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's response. The credibility of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion is beyond question. They won't take my evolution pathway without settling accounts, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In truth, even if the pavilion were to act unscrupulously, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind. After all, his purpose in coming here was to disseminate the branch pathway of the martial arts evolution road. If the pavilion secretly seized the life and death martial Tao evolution pathway to propagate it, it would actually serve Lin Yuan's intentions. Nonetheless, the chances of that happening were slim. Across countless cosmic eras, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion had adhered strictly to fair trade principles. Otherwise, it wouldn't have wielded such massive influence. Relying solely on the strength of its powerhouses? At most, that could instill fear and intimidation. But the 10,000 Paths Pavilion commanded the reverence of countless lives. Even Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master hadn't uncovered any dark secrets, reinforcing its reliability. As Lin Yuan waited silently, the world suddenly shifted. Lin Yuan was transported directly to another dimensional space. Where is this? Lin Yuan's expression changed as mysterious runes floated in the surrounding void, rotating slowly. Here, he felt entirely severed from the outside world. Even his connection to his true form had been forcibly weakened to some extent. Do not be alarmed. A voice emanated. Lin Yuan looked over, only to see an old man carrying a wine gourd gazing at him. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Lin Yuan recognized the old man. Among the most untouchable powerhouses of the ancient Ming Chaos continent, this figure was listed. And that? Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the old man's side, where a phantom vortex hovered, containing a colossal golden eye that was scrutinizing him. The eye of myriad laws. Lin Yuan's heart jolted. What little was known externally about this ultimate controller of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was minimal, though both Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master were fully aware and had specifically left warnings. It seems you recognize me? The eye of myriad laws regarded Lin Yuan, its tone calm. I have seen the eye of myriad laws. Lin Yuan slightly bowed. Even Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master would bow respectfully when facing the eye of myriad laws. Naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't dare act presumptuously. Indeed, an evolution pathway capable of creating branches must come from no insignificant origins. It's only natural you'd know of me. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued gazing at Lin Yuan, speaking to itself. Its fame might be slightly unfamiliar to path-splitting realm and dominator-level powerhouses, but to those at the Chaos Realm level, Chaos Great Saints, and Absolute Great Saints. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1059 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Underscore the stronger the power, the higher the realm, and the more it inspires reverence. Lin Yuan felt waves surging in his heart upon hearing this. An evolutionary path that opens branch routes? The Eye of Myriad Laws knows that the life and death martial Dao is a branch route pioneered from the martial arts evolution road? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated as he quickly came to terms with it. According to Xuanwang's speculation, the Eye of Myriad Laws is related to the 13th layer of temporal beings and possesses the ability to see through all myriad laws and paths. It's not surprising that it knows the true essence of the life and death martial Dao. Do you wish to use my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to propagate your evolutionary path? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke directly. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded and admitted. In the eyes of an ancient entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws, there was no need to conceal anything. Throughout countless cosmic eras, countless chaos cycles, there have indeed been many lives like you who wish to leverage my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to spread their evolutionary paths. Many of them have now cultivated to the peak of the Chaos Realm. The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke. Peak of the Chaos Realm? Lin Yuan was deeply shocked. The peak of the Chaos Realm signifies the status of a Chaos Great Saint. As for a peerless Great Saint? Essentially, they too have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, except their combat prowess far surpasses that of a Chaos Great Saint. So far, Lin Yuan had encountered only two individuals at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the Master of the Magic Jade Tower and Xianhuang. These two were not merely at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm but were peerless Great Saints who transcended even Chaos Great Saints. Even entities as mighty as Chaos Venerables could only flee desperately in front of the peak Chaos Realm beings. Additionally, the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint were also at the peak of the Chaos Realm. However, Lin Yuan had not personally interacted with these two great saints, merely suffering the aftermath of their violent clashes. Of course, some are trapped in time loops, neither truly alive nor dead, tormented for eternity. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued. Trapped in time loops? Lin Yuan's tone carried a trace of confusion. To step from the 12th layer to the 13th layer, one must break free from their own time loop. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied nonchalantly. Break free from the time loop? Lin Yuan's expression grew heavy. This was the first time he had ever heard such information about breaking through from the 12th layer to the 13th layer. Time loop? Breaking free. To ascend to the 13th layer requires breaking free from the time loop? What if one fails to break free? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. If you fail, then you fail. You will remain forever trapped in the time loop. The Eye of Myriad Laws responded. In truth, being trapped in a time loop isn't painful. Within the loop, everything follows a predetermined trajectory. No surprises, no possibilities, just endless repetition. The Eye of Myriad Laws said with a tinge of lamentation. It truly doesn't sound painful. Lin Yuan nodded. Yet to those at the peak of the Chaos Realm, such a state was worse than death. The peak of the Chaos Realm signified entities that looked down upon all existence, be it the Chaos Void or the origin world that Lin Yuan had descended into. Beings like the Chaos Great Saints and Great Saint Venerables stood at the pinnacle of supremacy. You only need to know a little, there's no need to delve into details. Every Chaos Realm peak existence faces a unique time loop when attempting to step into the 13th layer. Knowing in advance won't provide any benefit. The Eye of Myriad Laws advised. I see. Lin Yuan had a moment of realization. No wonder neither the profound Xianhuang lineage nor the magic Jade Tower had left behind any intelligence or records about breaking through from the 12th to the 13th layer. Because unless one reached the completion of the 12th layer, knowing this information in advance was meaningless. Once at 12th layer completion, even without seeking it out, one would naturally come to know these truths. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. So the sudden disappearance of Xianhuang and the master of the magic Jade Tower, could it be they were trapped in time loops? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. As of now, no 12th layer existence had emerged from the Xianhuang evolutionary path, yet Xianhuang had suddenly vanished, a situation very akin to being caught in a time loop. Based on the description provided by the Mirror of Myriad Laws, being trapped in a time loop was a state of neither life nor death, not true demise, nor genuine vitality. Does propagating one's evolutionary path help in breaking free from the time loop? Lin Yuan inquired. You've come all this way, do you even need to ask? The Eye of Myriad Laws cast another scrutinizing glance at Lin Yuan and explained. In a time loop, relying solely on oneself to break free leaves the chances too slim to count on. However, leveraging external anchors or beacons can enhance the probability of escape. Thus, many Chaos Realm beings prepare in advance, intending to utilize the influence of my 10,000 Paths Pavilion to propagate their evolutionary paths, thereby increasing their odds of breaking through to the 13th layer. The Eye of Myriad Laws paused and looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of peculiarity. But for someone like you at just the path-splitting realm, seeking to propagate your evolutionary path, well, that's extremely rare. This was also why the Eye of Myriad Laws had been willing to chat with Lin Yuan thus far. Path-splitting realm beings have no understanding of their road's end, nor can they determine whether they might switch to a different evolutionary path in the future. Almost no one at that stage would attempt to propagate their evolutionary path. Even those with unparalleled backing, elders who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, would not act so recklessly. Otherwise, if midway through the propagation they realized the path didn't suit them and ended up dispelling their path to choose another evolutionary road, all their previous efforts would be for naught. For Lin Yuan to dare to attempt such a thing, there could be only one explanation. He was utterly certain that this evolutionary path was suitable for him, a certainty that only arose when the evolutionary path was one he had personally pioneered and perfected. Only a route he had opened and refined himself would align with him so completely. As for following someone else's pioneering evolutionary path, only those who had cultivated to the Chaos Realm could be confident about whether or not that path suited them. For path-splitting realm and sovereign realm beings, the uncertainty was simply too great. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1060 Conditions of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Seeking Monthly Tickets. _3 If Lin Yuan independently created an evolution pathway, and merely in the path-splitting realm managed to develop a branch of this pathway, could it be? The Eye of Myriad Laws held great hope for Lin Yuan's potential, which is why it actively initiated conversation and even helped to clarify his doubts. It was merely luck. Lin Yuan detected the lingering tone in the voice of the Eye of Myriad Laws and immediately shook his head in response. Creating an evolution pathway isn't about mere luck, especially the pathway you've created. Each of its branches possesses Chaos Realm level potential, the Eye of Myriad Laws said. Branches with Chaos Realm level potential? What then must the primary path of Lin Yuan's pathway hold? Lin Yuan listened quietly. Before an entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws, there was no need to feign excessive humility. Its recognition and praise were clear evidence that one was deserving of it. All right, let's get to the main matter at hand. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, if you wish to use my Pavilion of Myriad Laws to propagate your evolution pathway, that's fine, but it comes with conditions. Please go ahead. Lin Yuan was not surprised in the slightest. During the era of human civilization within the universe, Utilizing the power of humanity to spread one's evolution pathway was only possible because Lin Yuan himself was a citizen of humanity. But for those ancient gods deep within the stars beyond human civilization who sought to spread their evolution pathways among humanity, they would undoubtedly face suppression and containment. Lin Yuan had no direct ties to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If he wished to leverage their power to disseminate the branches of his evolution pathways and prepare for his future attempt to ascend to the 13th layer, he would certainly need to pay the price. It's quite simple. For now, you need not concern yourself. After you achieve the state of Chaos Realm Perfection, then every 10 cosmic eras you must perform a task for my 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The Eye of Myriad Laws stated. Perform one task every 10 cosmic eras? CTH Novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan looked back at the Eye of Myriad Laws. The prerequisite for this condition was Lin Yuan first attaining Chaos Realm Perfection. If other path-splitting realm beings, or cultivators even at Master Realm or Chaos Venerable status, heard this, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After all, even for Chaos Venerables, the certainty of cultivating to Chaos Realm Perfection was far from assured. Thus, the condition proposed by the Eye of Myriad Laws was not particularly restrictive. However, for Lin Yuan, with the aid of Against Heaven's Understanding and the Myriad Realms Gate, Lin Yuan wasn't entirely certain he could ascend to the 13th layer, but Chaos Realm Perfection? That seemed feasible, it was merely a matter of time. At present, Lin Yuan merely needed to wait for his physical body and soul to grow to their peak before he could step into the Master Realm. As for breaking through from the Master Realm to the Chaos Realm, Lin Yuan had already met most of the myriad requirements, aided further by the amplifying effects of the rules comprehension bestowed by that source world. For Lin Yuan, stepping into the Chaos Realm was not particularly challenging. As for achieving Chaos Realm Perfection, it simply involved using Chaos rules as the foundation to evolve the corresponding Tao of Chaos, and Lin Yuan had already identified specific directions within the source world. Simply put, Lin Yuan's path from path-splitting realm to Chaos Realm Perfection was already foreseeable. The condition proposed by the Eye of Myriad Laws was, in truth, not particularly beneficial to Lin Yuan. Every 10 cosmic eras, for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion? Any task at all? Lin Yuan asked inquisitively. What if the pavilion required him to seek death or actively enter perilous areas? Would he have to comply? Rest assured, you won't be asked to undertake tasks without confidence in their success, and appropriate compensation will also be provided. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Furthermore, should you fail a task, there will be no coercion to continue attempting it. The Eye of Myriad Laws added. Should Lin Yuan genuinely reach the state of Chaos Realm Perfection, the Eye of Myriad Laws would not wish to press him excessively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan began to weigh his options. First of all, the promise of compensation for completing tasks satisfied Lin Yuan slightly. He was not afraid of effort but despised labor without reward. Additionally, if he failed a mission and it became evident that success was unattainable, no further force would be exerted upon him. This reassured Lin Yuan somewhat. The worst consequence of failing a task might simply be losing a primordial spirit, a price Lin Yuan was fully able to bear. And most crucially, the Eye of Myriad Laws requirement was merely one task every 10 cosmic eras. From Lin Yuan's birth until now, even if he included all accumulated time from his travels across various worlds, his total lifespan fell short of 10,000 years. 10 cosmic eras were far too long for Lin Yuan to fully comprehend. Agreed. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan nodded. Very well. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded slightly. Simply assisting Lin Yuan in propagating his evolution pathway guaranteed the future commitment of someone on the brink of Chaos Realm Perfection. Regardless of circumstances, this was a transaction the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would not lose. Let's begin. As the Eye of Myriad Laws spoke, a golden scroll materialized before it. The scroll's surface displayed numerous symbols. Though Lin Yuan could not recognize the script, glancing at it immediately revealed the underlying meaning. It was precisely the conditions the Eye of Myriad Laws had outlined moments earlier. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion was to aid Lin Yuan in propagating his evolution pathway, but in exchange, once Lin Yuan attained Chaos Realm perfection, he would perform one task every 10 cosmic eras for them. The scroll's contents provided strict limitations, mentioning the prohibition of coercion as well as the requirement to offer compensation. Lin Yuan studied the scroll meticulously several times. If there are no issues, release a wisp of soul aura and imprint it upon the scroll. The Eye of Myriad Laws continued. The Golden Scroll's stipulated conditions were unbreakable. Even someone at Chaos Realm perfection who dared transgress them would suffer severe injury and instantly lose all prospects of reaching the 13th layer. Thus, as long as Lin Yuan was willing to imprint a wisp of his soul aura upon the scroll, the Eye of Myriad Laws would be assured. Wait! Lin Yuan hesitated momentarily. What limitations apply to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's assistance in propagating my evolution pathways? Would it be restricted to a single pathway? If the assistance was limited merely to the propagation of his life and death martial Dao evolution pathway, then the conditions on the scroll seemed rather unfavorable. A single martial pathway could, at best, foster the emergence of one 12th layer ultimate being, which wouldn't establish significant fixed anchors for Lin Yuan's Dao markers. Naturally, it wouldn't be just one. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook its head, stating that if it were a single pathway, the limitation would have been plainly marked on the scroll. If your realm advances further and you develop additional branches of evolution pathways, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion can also propagate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws added. That's good. Lin Yuan finally felt reassured. There's no need to wait for the future. I already have several evolution pathway branches. Oh. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Additional evolution pathway branches? Several? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061A Promise. Request for monthly tickets. The Eye of Myriad Laws scrutinized Lin Yuan repeatedly. At present, merely within the path-splitting realm's evolutionary pathway, to pioneer a branch capable of reaching the Chaos Realm's potential was already extraordinary. Under such premises, the Eye of Myriad Laws determined that Lin Yuan's potential was significant, with the hope of stepping into the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have laid out such conditions. The precondition for Lin Yuan working for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was for him to achieve perfection in the Chaos Realm. If Lin Yuan failed to reach perfection in the Chaos Realm, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would certainly suffer loss. How many branch paths have you opened up? The Eye of Myriad Laws observed Lin Yuan again, feeling that he wasn't lying. For the path-splitting realm's evolutionary pathway, to have developed more than one branch is remarkable. Even if the potential of those other branches isn't high enough to reach the sovereign realm, this nonetheless demonstrates the breadth of the primary evolutionary path. The Eye of Myriad Laws felt pleasantly surprised. Could it be that I've truly found a treasure this time? A path-splitting realm with such terrifying potential hasn't been seen in many cosmic eras. The Chaos Realm's perfection varied significantly, distinguishing between ordinary Chaos Great Saints and peerless Great Saints. If Lin Yuan's primary evolutionary pathway allowed for the pioneering of multiple branches while still at the path-splitting realm level, it indicated a strong likelihood of him becoming a peerless Great Saint. A peerless Great Saint, even amidst the vast chaos void, was exceedingly rare. For the 10,000 Paths Pavilion to command such an existence would be exceptionally challenging. There are some. Lin Yuan nodded. Thus far, his main evolutionary pathway, centered on the martial arts evolution road, had pioneered a total of 361 branch paths. Among them, 99 branch pathways had been fully refined, thus enabling their dissemination within human civilization. As for the remaining 200 to 300 branch pathways, although largely developed, they had not been completely refined. However, they were still viable for practice without significant issues. They're all here. With a turn of his hand, Lin Yuan made over 300 jade slips appear before him. Out of the 361 branch pathways, apart from 9 reserved for the 9 supreme powerhouses of human civilization, the rest were all presented by Lin Yuan. So many! The Eye of Myriad Laws was somewhat taken aback. The life and death martial Daos evolutionary pathway had required only 1 jade slip for its entire record, yet the other branch paths Lin Yuan developed required several hundred jade slips. The old man with the wine gourd beside them also grew curious. He had been quietly listening to the conversation between the Eye of Myriad Laws and Lin Yuan. As a branch pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the old man with the wine gourd was one of their own, entirely trustworthy, so the Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't concealed anything from him. From their exchange, the old man discerned how highly the Eye of Myriad Laws regarded Lin Yuan. The many conditions on that golden scroll required Lin Yuan first to attain perfection in the Chaos Realm. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chaos Realm perfection? That was the domain of the Chaos Great Saints. Since the Eye of Myriad Laws dared to make such assertions, it clearly believed Lin Yuan capable of achieving perfection in the Chaos Realm. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion's transcendent status up to this day wasn't just because of the unfathomable existence of the Eye of Myriad Laws, but also due to certain limiting relationships the pavilion maintained with a few Chaos Great Saints in the Chaos Void. Thus, seeing the Eye of Myriad Laws strike a deal with Lin Yuan, the old man felt secretly pleased. At least in the distant future, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion would gain the support of another great saint. But when Lin Yuan turned his hand to produce so many jade slips, the old man's doubts were not any fewer than those of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Could it be that the other evolutionary pathways Lin Yuan had pioneered were exceedingly intricate and detailed? Was that why so many jade slips were required for records? But that didn't make sense. Each jade slip had an exceedingly high capacity for information storage. What kind of evolutionary pathways would necessitate hundreds of jade slips together? Take a look. After presenting the jade slips, Lin Yuan looked expectantly at the Eye of Myriad Laws. These were merely the branch paths he had managed to pioneer temporarily. Given more time, he could open up even more evolutionary pathways. The martial arts evolution road encompassed all Dao, and theoretically, there was no limit to the number of evolutionary pathways that could be pioneered. But this was only in theory. At least while Lin Yuan remained in the path-splitting realm, he could at most develop just over 1,000 branch pathways. Upon reaching the sovereign realm, the number would increase significantly, and upon entering the chaos realm, there would likely be a dramatic surge. These numerous evolutionary pathways were to be disseminated by the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan felt that even if he were to concede a little, the loss would still be negligible. Were he to handle such dissemination on his own, the effort required would be unimaginable. To confine them to internal digestion within human civilization. That was unrealistic as well. The sheer population base of human civilization couldn't possibly produce so many 12th layer practitioners. Take a look, you say? The Eye of Myriad Laws hesitated slightly, glancing at Lin Yuan, then at the over 300 jade slips before it. For a moment, it was uncertain. Should I take a look? After a brief pause, the Eye of Myriad Laws began perusing the first jade slip. This jade slip documented an evolutionary pathway named Illusory Realm Martial Dao, a martial Dao refined using the path of illusions as its foundation. The Illusory Realm Martial Dao was not particularly adept in direct assault but focused primarily on constructing illusionary worlds to exert influence and suppression. Within the Eye of Myriad Laws pupils, pathways entirely composed of illusory realms began to extend and twist, ultimately halting just before touching the boundless layers of chaos. The potential of this evolutionary pathway is at its peak within the sovereign realm. This was the conclusion of the Eye of Myriad Laws, yet there was no trace of relaxation in its expression. Thus far, the illusory realm martial Dao it had examined had been fully documented within a single jade slip. A single jade slip for one evolutionary pathway? Then what about the hundreds of jade slips before it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062A Promise. Request for monthly tickets? _2 The Eye of Myriad Laws paused for a moment, then continued observing. The second Jade Slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The third Jade Slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The fourth Jade Slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. The 123rd Jade Slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. The 233rd Jade Slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. The 312th Jade Slip was for the Sovereign Realm Evolution Branch. The 326th Jade Slip was for the Chaos Realm Evolution Branch. After observing over 300 evolution paths and examining the potential and outcomes of each path across countless future timelines, even the Eye of Myriad Laws felt a tinge of exhaustion. After all, it wasn't truly a 13th-level time entity, merely possessing the rudimentary capabilities of one. However, compared to its mental fatigue, the 300-plus evolution branches present were causing a storm in its heart. Forget Lin Yuan merely being at the path-splitting realm. Even for a Chaos Realm cultivator, the number of evolution routes they could develop was typically capped at a few dozen. But Lin Yuan hundreds? And he was still just at the path-splitting realm yet had already developed hundreds of evolution branches? What the Eye of Myriad Laws found most difficult to accept was that among these hundreds of evolution branches, at least their starting potential was at the Sovereign Realm, with a significant portion reaching the upper limit of the Chaos Realm. For a mere path-splitting realm evolutionary main path, to not only develop hundreds of evolution branches but also achieve such extraordinary potential for each branch? The Eye of Myriad Laws was momentarily stunned. Since its inception, it had observed countless evolution paths. Great saints? Peerless great saints? Even those with the potential to cross into the 13th level's sky-piercing Tao. It had encountered them all. But for Lin Yuan's evolutionary main path, to accommodate such a terrifying quantity of evolution branches at the path-splitting realm was simply unheard of. A faint red glimmer appeared deep within the pupils of the Eye of Myriad Laws. It wanted to ask, were these evolutionary paths recorded within the Jade Slips truly developed from a single main evolutionary path? But with a shift of thought, it suppressed this doubt. With its ability, it was clear that the over 300 evolutionary paths recorded within the Jade Slips, though diverse, ultimately stemmed from the same main evolutionary path. The Eye of Myriad Laws was certain of this point. It could discern that the life and death martial Tao originated from a specific evolutionary main path, so naturally, it could see that these 300-plus evolution paths also originated from the same main path. What is the name of the main path from which these evolution branches originate? After a long silence, the Eye of Myriad Laws asked with some difficulty. The evolutionary main path? Lin Yuan felt a hint of confusion but still responded, Martial Tao. Martial Tao, Martial Tao. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded, its gaze deep and unreadable, lost in thought. Then these evolution branches, Lin Yuan continued where the question had left off. I can help you disseminate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Actually, I have additional branches, but they remain in development and are still incomplete. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued speaking. Even while only staying at the path-splitting realm, the martial arts evolution road could produce over 1,000 evolution branches. At the Sovereign Realm and Chaos Realm, this number would explode even further. Additional branches. The scalp of the Eye of Myriad Laws tingled as it listened. What kind of sky-piercing Tao was this martial Tao, to be capable of developing such a staggering number of evolutionary branches? Don't worry. As long as they're branches stemming from your evolutionary main path, I can help you disseminate them. The Eye of Myriad Laws collected itself and assured him. Sar the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That would be ideal. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If the 10,000 Paths Pavilion could unconditionally help him disseminate all these evolution branches, then assisting them with one task over the course of 10 cosmic eras was actually a fair deal. It would be a standard trade. Then I'll imprint a wisp of my soul essence into it now. Lin Yuan glanced at the golden scroll beside him, the mysterious aura emanating from the characters written upon it. Wait! The Eye of Myriad Laws also turned its gaze toward the golden scroll. In an instant, the golden scroll began to disintegrate. Lin Yuan turned toward the Eye of Myriad Laws, his heart sinking. Could it be that the other party, upon realizing the sheer number of evolution branches he possessed, found disseminating them too burdensome to make the exchange worthwhile, and intended to revoke the deal or renegotiate new terms? I feel the terms we discussed earlier are somewhat unfair. The Eye of Myriad Laws fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan and, after a moment, spoke slowly. So you plan to redefine the terms? Lin Yuan asked, feeling a bit resigned. He regretted not splitting the evolution branches he had presented initially. However, when it came to the matters of post-chaos realm perfection, it was better to make sure and ensure clarity. So, what do you intend to do? Lin Yuan was already prepared for the Eye of Myriad Laws to make excessively greedy demands. As long as the demands weren't too over the top, he could still agree. After all, to disseminate such an extensive number of evolutionary paths on his own would be energy-draining and uncertain. Who knew whether he could even propagate them widely? The development of evolutionary paths and their dissemination were entirely separate endeavors. Without sufficient influence and authority, even the most widespread evolution paths could encounter insurmountable obstacles in some regions. Not only did Lin Yuan require his evolution paths to be disseminated to anchor his pathmark beacons more firmly, but even Chaos Venerables and Great Saints of Chaos would do the same. Speak your terms. Lin Yuan awaited the Eye of Myriad Laws' demands. I'll do my best to help you disseminate all the evolution branches. The Eye of Myriad Laws stated. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, waiting for the Eye of Myriad Laws to elaborate further. But after waiting a while, he realized the other party had nothing more to add. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063 A Promise. Request for monthly tickets? _3" I don't need to commit to doing something for your 10,000 Paths Pavilion for 10 cosmic epics? Lin Yuan's tone carried a hint of surprise as he immediately inquired. No need. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook its head. No other requirements then? Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. There is a requirement, said the Eye of Myriad Laws. Then state it, Lin Yuan said, his heart settling down. My next request requires no binding method whatsoever, not even causal consequences. The Eye of Myriad Laws stared at Lin Yuan. I need a promise from you, under the condition that it does not go against your own will and is within your ability. Should the 10,000 Paths Pavilion seek your help in the future, I ask you to assist us just once. That simple? Lin Yuan's expression was marked with astonishment. A promise devoid of any binding force, detached even from causality, meant Lin Yuan could agree or refuse in the future entirely at his discretion. Whatever his choice, there would be no cost to him. It was wholly based on his mood. The demand from the Eye of Myriad Laws, from Lin Yuan's perspective, might as well not exist at all. It's just that simple. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. If the martial arts evolution road pioneered by Lin Yuan merely managed to branch out into an evolutionary subpath, even if that subpath held the potential to reach the Chaos Realm, the Eye of Myriad Laws, while helping to disseminate the knowledge of the evolutionary subpath, would also strive to maximize its own interests and secure the greatest gains. The condition of having someone at Chaos Realm Perfection commit to doing one task over 10 cosmic epics could already be considered a significantly high return. The deterrence of a Chaos Realm Perfection was astounding in and of itself, let alone the idea of this deterrence being available once every 10 cosmic epics. Initially, Lin Yuan was willing to accept this condition because of his short-lived experience with time. In his eyes, a single cosmic epic felt interminably long. However, for other great saints, not to mention sovereigns, cosmic epics were traversed in hundreds or thousands. For a great saint to perform a single task every 10 cosmic epics was already a fairly demanding requirement. This applied to life forms with mere potential to become chaos great saints. If the main evolutionary path Lin Yuan followed could branch into several subpaths, the Eye of Myriad Laws wouldn't rescind anything, it might even heighten its demands. For example, reducing the task requirement from every 10 cosmic epochs to 9. However, the evolutionary paths Lin Yuan was pioneering were not a mere handful, nor dozens, but hundreds, and based on Lin Yuan's tone, many more evolutionary paths still lay ahead. How could the Eye of Myriad Laws dare to impose any further demands? Indeed, Lin Yuan may be insignificant now. See the novel of I. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But given the potential of the martial arts evolution road, it was impossible for him to remain insignificant forever. At present, while Lin Yuan was still weak, the Eye of Myriad Laws could take advantage of the circumstances to extract considerable benefits. But these profits, once Lin Yuan reached his ultimate potential, the point of being able to obliterate the Eye of Myriad Laws, would undoubtedly transform into boundless hidden threats and dangers. The Eye of Myriad Laws, though profit-driven, was not foolish and would not dig such a trap for itself. Thus, it opted for a promise free from any constraints to request Lin Yuan's assistance. In doing so, the initiative rested firmly in Lin Yuan's hands. If Lin Yuan ever grew strong enough to reach that pinnacle, he would likely hold no malice towards the Eye of Myriad Laws and would even fulfill his promise. And if Lin Yuan failed to reach that height, the Eye of Myriad Laws' greatest loss would amount to forfeiting the return of a Chaos Realm perfection committing to a single task every 10 cosmic epochs. This, in truth, couldn't be considered much of a loss. Do you believe my promise will hold great value in the future? Lin Yuan gazed at the Eye of Myriad Laws. Regardless of whether it was Xian Huang or the Moyu Tower Master, their descriptions of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion and the Eye of Myriad Laws were always marked by phrases like fairness and profit-driven. Neither of these peerless great saints ever thought the Eye of Myriad Laws would engage in any altruism without gaining something in return. In such a context, the fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws still chose such a constraint-free promise to request of Lin Yuan could only mean it considered the potential returns of this promise to be monumental. The martial arts evolution road you've embarked upon holds vast potential. My 10,000 Paths Tower is willing to aid you and cultivate goodwill, the Eye of Myriad Laws stated bluntly, openly revealing its true thoughts. Being able to pioneer an evolutionary path of such potential suggests your future is boundless. My 10,000 Paths Pavilion can accept not asking you to perform tasks but will never coerce you into serving us. The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke candidly. I see now. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Then I agree. As long as you aid in disseminating all evolutionary subpaths for me, I'll assist you once in the future, provided it's within my capacity and does not go against my will. Lin Yuan nodded as he spoke. Good. The Eye of Myriad Laws exhaled in relief. The transaction was complete. Lin Yuan continued conversing with the Eye of Myriad Laws for a little while longer. In truth, it was primarily Lin Yuan asking questions and the Eye of Myriad Laws answering them. Chaos Realm perfection beings caught in time loops will endlessly cycle until the day they break free, the Eye of Myriad Laws replied. Lin Yuan wanted to know the consequences of being trapped in a prolonged time loop. Is there truly no other solution? Lin Yuan asked inquisitively. There is, technically. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a moment. If one could seize a fleeting gap in the time loop and exhaust all origin sources, they could forcibly break free. However, such a release would be akin to burning out, leading to swift obliteration. After gaining the answers he sought, Lin Yuan rose and departed from the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The Eye of Myriad Laws and the old man clutching the wine gourd watched as Lin Yuan walked away. Venerable Master of Myriad Laws, the old man holding the wine gourd finally dared to speak. Spreading so many evolutionary paths will be quite costly, even requiring you to incur favors. And all for just one promise from that young man? The old man holding the wine gourd seemed slightly puzzled. He had never seen his master, the Eye of Myriad Laws, exhibit such generosity. Remember this, in the distant future, You will feel immeasurable honor for what happened today. The Eye of Myriad Laws cast a sidelong glance at the old man, because the one you just watched and conversed with might very well become a supreme 13-tier Great One. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064 Chaos Tree, Requesting Monthly Tickets, Tear of the Star, The Fragmented World. His incarnation returned, and Lin Yuan's true self was brimming with joy. This journey to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion had essentially completed its mission. The dissemination of various branches of the Martial Tao Evolution Road finally had a solid channel. With the power of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, it was foreseeable that the branches of the Martial Tao Evolution Road would quickly spread to one void domain after another. The speed and breadth of this dissemination would far exceed that within the internal universe. The number of branches opened by the Martial Tao Evolution Road, it's probably enough to startle that Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan mused to himself. The Martial Tao Evolution Road was a path he had forged through his journeys across dimensions of varying levels and realities. Its elucidation and encapsulation of the essence of power and laws far surpassed other evolutionary paths within the same tier. This was the reason why, even though the Martial Tao Evolution Road was merely of the path-splitting realm, it had managed to develop so many branching paths. To traverse different dimensions and realities was a feat that even beings of the 13th tier might not achieve. Even great temporal beings were only in the exploratory stages regarding other dimensions. But Lin Yuan, thanks to the Myriad Realms Gate, could easily travel between dimensions and realities. This was the critical factor in his ability to pioneer the Martial Tao Evolution Road. However, that Gate of Myriad Laws truly does seem to be connected to the 13th tier, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Earlier, during his discussion with the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan had also subtly observed the other party. Although its presence was by no means comparable to the grand projection of the Myriad Realms Gate, it still stood far above ordinary Chaos Great Saints. Unfortunately, to me, its level is still too high to glean much benefit. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret. If the one conversing with him had been the true body of the Eye of Myriad Laws instead of its projection, he might have gained more insight to assist on his path. But with only a projection present and such a vast gap in levels between them, Lin Yuan had not gleaned much. My incarnation has successfully arrived at the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly as he gazed in that direction. Back when he first explored the Chaos Void, he had acquired numerous treasures left behind by the peak sovereign realm powerhouse Songweiyang. Those treasures were effectively Lin Yuan's first pot of gold. Songweiyang had not made any demands of Lin Yuan, only hoping that, if he had the chance in the future, Lin Yuan would visit the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain and accept a member of the Stone People clan as his disciple. With Lin Yuan's current strength, this task was relatively straightforward, so he had sent an incarnation ahead of time to the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain. Chaos Chi swirled, coalescing into a figure. It was Lin Yuan. I've finally arrived. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain was not particularly far from the Void Domain where the ancient Ming continent was located. They were adjacent void domains. Even so, it had taken Lin Yuan nearly 10 years to travel from his starting point to his destination. It was worth noting that Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space had already reached the 8th realm, and his travel speed was on par with that of a Chaos Venerable. Many newly ascended Chaos Venerables had yet to reach the 8th realm in their comprehension of time and space and were even slower to traverse. No wonder they say that even Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Great Saints could hardly travel every corner of the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, a faint sense of awe coloring his thoughts. The scale of the Chaos Void was truly incomprehensible. See Tich Novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Stone People clan. Lin Yuan glanced around and confirmed the direction. The intelligence passed down by Tsang Weong naturally included detailed information on the myriad manifestations Void Domain and the Stone People clan. The Chaos Void, which birthed countless universes, also gave rise to innumerable groups of sentient life. These life forms, whether strong or weak, found their place. The Stone People clan, for instance, was one of the weaker groups and resided in a secluded secret realm. A secret realm was a concealed space naturally generated within the Chaos Void. In terms of safety, it certainly could not compare to being within a universe. But for the Stone People clan, it was already an excellent sanctuary. At least their entire group could thrive in peaceful seclusion there. Of course, such a secret realm also meant an extreme scarcity of cultivation resources, which was why Tsang Weiyang had ventured out of the secret realm in pursuit of his own journey. A lone secret realm could never nurture a pinnacle sovereign realm powerhouse. Whoosh! Soon enough, Lin Yuan arrived before the Stone People clan's secret realm. This secret realm, hidden deep within layers of time and space, was incredibly difficult to detect. However, with Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space, it posed no problem, especially with the precise coordinates left behind by Tsang Weiyang. Lin Yuan stepped forward and entered the secret realm directly. The barriers and obstructions outside the secret realm were like thin paper to Lin Yuan, easy to break through. Quick and efficient. Lin Yuan planned to randomly choose a member of the Stone People clan, accept them as a disciple, and bring them back to human civilization. As for how strong this disciple could eventually become, it would depend on their own fortune. Floating in the air, Lin Yuan gazed down at the secret realm. The secret realm inhabited by the Stone People clan spanned several hundred light years, narrow, by all accounts, and Lin Yuan could see through it at a glance. This was entirely expected. The Stone People clan was not a powerful group. Its strongest individuals were at the path-splitting realm, so the realm they occupied could not be particularly favorable. If it had been a vast and exceptional secret realm, how could the Stone People clan have claimed it? Not a single member of the Stone People clan. Lin Yuan's gaze swept the secret realm, finding it desolate. In some areas, there were even deep craters, giving a sense of ruin. According to the intelligence left by Senior Tsang Weiyang, the population of the Stone People clan numbered over 1 trillion, though most only had strength at the 4th and 5th ranks. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Why is there not a single one left now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065. Chaos Tree, requesting monthly votes? _2 Actually, it's not completely empty. At the center of the secret realm, in the area with the most abundant cultivation environment, a few Dao-breaking realm auras lingered. It seems like something unusual has occurred. Lin Yuan's expression carried a hint of contemplation, then his figure vanished from his spot. Secret Realm Center, inside a grand structure. 4 towering figures were sitting cross-legged. These several towering figures all exuded the aura fluctuations of the Dao-breaking realm and were casually conversing at the moment. Haha, that Stone People clan, I don't know what kind of misfortune they ran into, but they managed to offend the 9 profound venerable, ending with their entire clan being captured. One of the towering figures, who had ram-like horns, said with a laugh. If not for this situation, the 4 of them wouldn't have been able to dominate this secret realm on their own. The Stone People clan, though not extremely powerful, still had nearly 10 Dao-breaking realm experts, including one at the Dao-breaking peak. Under normal circumstances, with the Stone People clan's methods, guarding this secret realm would have been more than sufficient, and the 4 of them would have had no chance of breaking in. Stone People clan. Why would they dare to offend the 9 profound venerable? And even to the extent of forcing him to personally order the entire clan to be relocated? Another Dao-breaking realm figure murmur with slight suspicion. The 9 profound venerable was a Chaos Realm venerable. To an entity of such stature, the so-called Stone People clan was nothing more than a speck of dust, not even worth a second glance. Unclear. I've heard it was because one of the Stone People clan members traveling outside came into some kind of connection with the 9 profound venerable. The third Tao-breaking realm figure said, though he sounded uncertain, clearly relying on rumors. An order from a venerable to personally relocate the entire Stone People clan had caused significant upheavals in the surrounding regions. Whatever the reason, in the end, it worked out conveniently for us four brothers. This secret realm is now ours. The fourth Tao-breaking realm figure spoke, viewing this secret realm as a heavenly fortune dropped right into their hands. The Stone People clan had been entirely taken away, and the various formations within the secret realm could still be utilized. With just some minor modifications, the four of them could declare themselves the rightful masters here. At the moment when the four Tao-breaking realm figures continued to chat casually, suddenly, they sensed the surrounding scene shift dramatically as a hazy and ethereal radiance enveloped the entire space-time around them. The connection to external auras was completely severed, as if they were now inside an entirely sealed-off dimension. This is the space-time domain? The four Tao-breaking realm figures trembled internally. The so-called space-time domain was a domain condensed purely from the comprehension of space-time rules. Ordinarily, only someone whose comprehension of space-time reached the peak of the seventh realm could form such a domain. Within the space-time domain, everything was isolated from the outside world, like a microcosm, and unless one's space-time rule comprehension approached or surpassed the domain's master, escaping was nearly impossible. These four Tao-breaking realm figures only barely reached the sixth realm in their understanding of space-time. The instant they realized they were trapped in a space-time domain, their fear left them paralyzed. They dared not make any rash movements. We don't know which senior has graced us with their presence, but if there's anything you require, please say the word, and the four of us will undoubtedly comply. The ram-horned figure hastened to speak, fearing this mysterious expert might decide to exterminate them outright. Space-time seventh realm peak comprehension? Such a method could only belong to a pinnacle-level dominator realm expert. Someone of that caliber, if they had wanted to kill them, could have done so instantly. Why wait until now? Speak, what happened to the Stone People clan? Lin Yuan's voice came from all directions, descending into their ears like an omnipresent force. The Stone People clan. The four Tao-breaking realm figures felt another wave of terror seize them. A strong presence, at least at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm, asking about the Stone People clan? Could it be that he had some sort of relationship with the clan? Though it was true the Stone People clan had been relocated on the orders of the 9 Profound Venerable, as for this particular secret realm, it was occupied solely through their initiative. My lord, the order to take the entire Stone People clan came directly from the 9 Profound Venerable. It has nothing to do with us. The ram-horned figure immediately exclaimed, dreading being caught up in the wrath of this mysterious powerhouse. The 9 Profound Venerable? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Search * the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The 9 Profound Venerable was a newly ascended Chaos Realm expert within the last 10 cosmic eras of the Myriad Manifestations Void Domain. The Myriad Manifestations Void Domain bordered the Void Domain where Lin Yuan resided, making them very close. Lin Yuan had heard of the major events in the 9 Profound Void Domain from the past few dozen cosmic eras, including the emergence of this 9 Profound Venerable. Why did the 9 Profound Venerable order the capture of the entire Stone People clan? Lin Yuan directly asked. In truth, he had already secretly listened in on the 4 Tao-breaking realm figures' prior conversations for some time. We truly don't know. The ram-horned figure forced himself to reply. It is rumored that a clan member of the Stone People clan, who was roaming outside, had a conflict with the 9 Profound Venerable. All 4 Tao-breaking realm figures anxiously shared everything they knew without the least reservation. Under the envelopment of the space-time domain, none of them dared to lie or withhold anything. In less than a moment, Lin Yuan had pieced together the entire sequence of events. A member of the Stone People clan roaming outside offended the 9 Profound Venerable? And then the 9 Profound Venerable ordered the entire clan to be taken away? Lin Yuan felt there was something deeply amiss. With the 9 Profound Venerable's strength, the trivial Stone People clan, if they had offended or enraged him, could be annihilated with a mere thought. As for the effort of capturing the entire clan, what could possibly justify it? To Lin Yuan, this action was utterly superfluous, entirely unnecessary. Unless there was a deeper motive at play. Surrounded by hazy, misty spacetime, the four Dao-breaking realm figures felt immense anxiety. They had spilled everything they knew, and their survival now depended on the will of this mighty expert. Cease resisting. I will perform a soul search on you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, Chaos Tree, requesting monthly tickets, _3 Lin Yuan decided to perform a soul search on these four beings at the path-splitting realm to gain final confirmation. Although his perception had already assured him that these four beings were not lying, everything needed to go through a final verification. Yes. The four figures at the path-splitting realm nodded. At this point, they had no choice but to cooperate. Even if Lin Yuan killed them after completing the soul search, there was nothing they could do to stop it. So, Lin Yuan completed the soul search. It was essentially consistent with what the four figures at the path-splitting realm had stated. 9 Profound Venerable? Lin Yuan casually sent the four beings, who had fallen into a deep slumber, into his inner cosmos. Before fully understanding why 9 Profound Venerable treated the Stone People clan in this manner, he did not want news of his arrival to spread. Thus, for now, these four beings at the path-splitting realm would remain asleep within Lin Yuan's inner cosmos. 9 Profound Secret Realm. This was the secret realm where 9 Profound Venerable resided, far more expansive than the secret realm of the Stone People clan. Not every Venerable would open a Chaos continent. 9 Profound Venerable had become a Venerable only 10 cosmic eras ago, making him a newly ascended Venerable, and opening a Chaos continent required boundless effort. At present, 9 Profound Venerable did not have such reserves. At the highest point of the secret realm, within a grand hall, Venerable. 3 strong beings at the Lord Realm bowed respectfully to the thin, sinister-looking elder seated on the throne in the hall. As a Chaos Realm sovereign, one naturally had a large number of followers. Many at the peak of the Lord Realm found themselves unable to take the next step. At such moments, the guidance of a Venerable became critically important. So, has that brat agreed to talk? 9 Profound Venerable said coldly. We've immersed him in the Zen-I Tan, letting unending sins assault his mind and soul, subjecting him to torment seemingly without limits. However, the 3 Lord Realm strongmen exchanged glances, finally replying softly, that brat refuses to talk. Refuses to talk? 9 Profound Venerable frowned. The brat referenced here was named Tsang Yulong from the Stone People clan. Half a cosmic era ago, 9 Profound Venerable wandered the chaos void, discovering a twisted spacetime within which he faintly glimpsed a mysterious space. At that moment, 9 Profound Venerable realized the mysterious space had an extraordinary origin, likely linked to beings at the peak of the Chaos Realm or perhaps even to a great saint. He spent half a cosmic era trying to break through the space-time barrier enveloping the mysterious space, seeking entry. His efforts demanded a tremendous price, even leveraging the favors he had accumulated as a Venerable, barely managing to approach the mysterious space. Just then, a silhouette suddenly emerged within the mysterious space. The figure appeared out of thin air, evidently entering through some other means of teleportation. Before 9 Profound Venerable could act, he watched as the figure inside the mysterious space activated it, causing the space to vanish instantly. Having invested half a cosmic era of time, connections, effort, and resources, only to be intercepted at the crucial moment, one can imagine 9 Profound Venerable's rage. Afterward, 9 Profound Venerable spent tens of millions of years utilizing the faint karmic link established during his brief encounter with the figure, finally locking onto and capturing him. The figure turned out to be Tsang Yulong. After capturing Tsang Yulong, 9 Profound Venerable intended to directly soul search him to uncover information regarding the mysterious space. However, he found that Tsang Yulong's sea of consciousness was protected by a mysterious force. Forcibly performing soul search could break the force protecting his sea of consciousness, but would leave Tsang Yulong's mind utterly shattered. Thus, to learn of the mysterious space, Nine Profound Venerable had no choice but to make Tsang Yulong willingly divulge the information. Tsang Yulong, of course, refused to talk, so Nine Profound Venerable subjected him to endless torture. In the Nine Profound Secret Realm, there was a natural phenomenon birthed by the chaos void, called Zuanai Tan. It contained boundless sin. Any being who came into contact with even a drop of its water would endure unspeakable pain. To date, Nine Profound Venerable had not discovered a more tormenting method than Zuanai Tan, so he directly immersed Tsang Yulong in it. Unfortunately, so far, it had yielded no results. Does the brat know his kin are in my grasp? Nine Profound Venerable asked. At first, he hadn't known Tsang Yulong's origins. Search * the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But through repeated investigations, Nine Profound Venerable identified Tsang Yulong's background. Though the mysterious force shielding his sea of consciousness was impervious to exploration, his physical body yielded no such immunity. By analyzing his physical characteristics, Nine Profound Venerable discovered Tsang Yulong belonged to the Stone People clan, ordering the capture of the entire clan. He has been informed. The three Lord Realm strongmen nodded. Tell the brat that for each day he refuses to talk, I will slaughter 1 billion stone people, immersing their souls in the Zuanai Tan as well. Nine Profound Venerable's expression was ruthlessly cold. Understood. The three Lord Realm strongmen trembled internally. They knew well the horrors of Zuanai Tan. Truth be told, the fact that Tsang Yulong had endured so far was already astonishing. Watching his three Lord Realm subordinates retreat, Nine Profound Venerable's mind once again conjured images of the mysterious space. Even though his glimpse of it had been fleeting, Nine Profound Venerable had faintly discerned a towering tree within the space, its branches stretching to uphold the heavens. The tree swayed gently, surrounded by endless chaos chi. Chaos tree. Desire flickered in Nine Profound Venerable's eyes. If the World Tree was an 11th grade supreme treasure, then the Chaos Tree was a 12th grade supreme treasure. And 12th grade treasures corresponded to the caliber of great saints in the Chaos realm. Planting a Chaos Tree in his inner cosmos would fundamentally stabilize it, enabling Nine Profound Venerable to reach the peak of the Chaos realm in record time. And this was merely one of the Chaos Tree's countless wonders, for as a 12th grade supreme treasure, its potential was incomparably vast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067 Outside the Nine Profound Secret Realm. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, gazing into the distance at the secret realm ahead. Compared to the extraordinarily hidden secret realm of the Stone People clan, the Nine Profound Secret Realm could be described as high-profile, its vast formations of chaos chi forming lethal arrays that enveloped the entire realm. The Stone People clan's secret realm was hidden for safety. But the Nine Profound Secret Realm? With a venerable presiding over it, such a presence in the chaos void was safety itself, unless faced with the catastrophic force of a great saint. Otherwise, who could possibly shake it? And as for great saints? How many of them existed across the entire chaos void? I can sense it. Within this secret realm, there's a causal link to a member of the Stone People clan? Lin Yuan gazed at the Nine Profound Secret Realm, pondering silently. Having inherited the legacy of Tsang Weiyang, a peak powerhouse of the Stone People clan at the Dominion realm, he had naturally formed a causal connection with the Stone People clan. Of course, Lin Yuan's strongest causal link was with Tsang Weiyang himself, being a direct connection. As for the Stone People clan, they were merely Tsang Weiyang's kin, and thus the connection with Lin Yuan was already faint. But no matter how faint, it still existed. With Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Tao of causality, he could still perceive it and directly trace it. Only one trace of the Stone People clan's causality? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The rest of the Stone People clan must have been imprisoned within the Nine Profound Venerables' internal universe, which is why I can't sense them. The so-called causal connection could indeed be blocked. Take the Shenhuang's secret realm in his native cosmos, which could isolate causality and space-time as an example. The internal universe of a chaos venerable, comparable to a true cosmos, could similarly block causality to a very high degree. Adding to that Lin Yuan's already faint connection to the Stone People clan, it was entirely normal that he couldn't sense them through the barrier of an internal universe. It's in that spot? Lin Yuan's gaze landed upon a specific area of the Nine Profound Secret Realm, the only region where he could detect a causal link. He'll need to go in and find out what's going on. He thought for a moment and came to a decision. He didn't know the history between the Stone People clan and the Nine Profound Venerable, so he needed to understand the situation first. After all, when it concerned a venerable, resolving things peacefully was far preferable. As for directly resorting to combat, anyone who had cultivated to the Chaos Realm wouldn't act rashly unless there was truly no way around it. These killing arrays? Lin Yuan looked at the massive killing arrays that lined the perimeter of the Nine Profound Secret Realm and lightly shook his head. If it had been not too long ago, he might have actually found them troublesome. These killing arrays, all meticulously arranged by the Nine Profound Venerable, were enough to fend off venerables of the same level. But now, from the source world, Lin Yuan had acquired the Myriad Formation Crystal, and though he later traded it to Great Venerate Hongye, he had already comprehended most of its essence beforehand. The Myriad Formation Crystal, condensed at the cost of endless effort by a pinnacle great lord who excelled in the path of formations, contained profoundly intricate principles of arrays. Having delved deeply into the Myriad Formation Crystal, Lin Yuan now found the killing arrays guarding the Nine Profound Secret Realm much simpler to deal with. As long as he was cautious, avoiding a few key array nodes, sneaking in without a trace wouldn't be a problem. Besides, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't cost Lin Yuan anything. The body he was using at the moment was only an incarnation, one he could disperse at will without leaving the slightest trace. With the faint sound of rustling, Lin Yuan's current incarnation split into two. Considering the worst-case scenario, Lin Yuan was already prepared to have one incarnation infiltrate and be destroyed. As long as the outer incarnation remained intact, he wouldn't need to waste time making his way here again. The Nine Profound Secret Realm, Sin Pool. The Sin Pool was unique to the Nine Profound Secret Realm. Every natural secret realm birthed in the Chaos Void had its peculiar specialties, and the Sin Pool was one such feature. The waters of the Sin Pool were pitch black and unfathomable, brimming with infinite sins. Any creature approaching it would be overwhelmed by the endless sins radiating from within. And that was just proximity. Once in contact with it, even beings of the path-splitting realm or dominion realm would endure unbearable agony and torment. CTH Novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this very moment, a figure was immersed in the pitch-black depths of the pool, their limbs and body bound tightly by black chains. The figure's face was etched with pain, but the torment etched upon their soul paled compared to the anguish weighing upon their heart. Big brother, father, mother, elder. In the one who's failed you. If not for me, you wouldn't have been captured by the Nine Profound, nor would you have to suffer alongside me like this. Song Yulong's very soul trembled. But I absolutely cannot yield. Once I give in, not only will I die, but you all will too. Not a single member of our clan will survive. If Nine Profound learns the origin of that space, we'll have no chance of survival. As long as I live and endure, Nine Profound will want that information and won't kill me. And if I don't spill anything, you all won't die either. But the moment I reveal the truth, we'll be doomed. Song Yulong's heart was gripped by wrenching pain, yet his thoughts remained sharp. Though Nine Profound had promised him that honesty would spare his life, how could Song Yulong believe such lies? As Song Yulong endured the ceaseless erosion of sins, a voice suddenly resonated within his innermost consciousness. I must admit, I'm curious, why would the Nine Profound Venerable isolate you within this secret realm and go to such lengths of torment? Lin Yuan's form appeared soundlessly not far away, his gaze filled with curiosity as he studied Song Yulong. The effects of the sin pool were obvious to Lin Yuan at a glance. It was precisely because of this that he wondered, what kind of grudge could justify such extreme measures by the 9 profound venerable? Who are you? Song Yulong was instantly startled, and the pain he was enduring lessened, if only slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068 Who is the Venerable One? Requesting monthly tickets? _2 I share a connection with your Stone People clan and came here specifically to take a look. Lin Yuan did not bring up Song Wayang's affairs but replaced it with the notion of a connection. A connection? Song Yulong gazed at Lin Yuan, then bowed his head resolutely and said, I implore you, senior, to save my Stone People clan. This place is the 9 profound secret realm, the lair of 9 profound venerable. For Lin Yuan to silently and effortlessly get in here, even if he wasn't a venerable, he wasn't far off. As for whether Lin Yuan was associated with 9 profound venerable, Song Yulong had ways to confirm it and had already determined he had no connection to 9 profound venerable. Save your Stone People clan? Lin Yuan sized up Song Yulong and said, why should I risk becoming a mortal enemy of 9 profound venerable just to save your Stone People clan? Upon witnessing Song Yulong's predicament, Lin Yuan deduced that the other party and 9 profound venerable were already committed to a fatal enmity. If not for such deep-seated hatred, it would be unnecessary for a dignified venerable to use such extraordinary means to deal with a mere existence at the path-splitting realm. Indeed, Song Wayang's legacy had smoothly helped Lin Yuan to transition into the chaos void. However, at that time, Song Wayang's condition was for Lin Yuan to accept a disciple from the Stone People clan. Anyone from the Stone People clan would do. Lin Yuan naturally saw that the reason the Stone People clan had fallen to such circumstances might very well be due to the stone person before him. If he intended to take a stone person as a disciple, he could easily negotiate properly with 9 profound venerable. 9 profound venerable, who had taken away billions of the Stone People clan, taking out one for Lin Yuan was entirely feasible. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Song Yulong fell silent. Exactly. No matter how profound the connection was, compared to becoming mortal enemies with a venerable, what significance did it hold? Senior, I am willing to offer compensation, as long as you save my Stone People clan. Song Yulong steadied his nerves and immediately spoke. Compensation. Lin Yuan looked at Song Yulong, waiting for him to reveal what compensation he had to offer. Song Yulong took a deep breath and solemnly said, the Chaos Tree, I am willing to hand over the Chaos Tree to you, senior, in exchange for saving my Stone People clan. The Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. The Chaos Tree was a consummate 12-layer mystical treasure. Lin Yuan had obtained a world tree within the demon jade space. After it advanced to the 12th layer, the internal world within his body transformed into an internal universe, and the world tree began transitioning as well. Theoretically, the world tree had the potential to evolve into a chaos tree, but it was merely theoretical. It was akin to how every living being nurtured in the chaos void had the potential to become a chaos great saint eventually. With the passage of time, the more Lin Yuan nurtured the world tree, the more acutely he realized how incredibly difficult it was for a world tree to evolve into a chaos tree. The difficulty alone was equivalent to an 11th layer existence advancing to a chaos great saint. In practice, the actual difficulty far exceeded that. You possess a chaos tree? Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Song Yulong, his mind clear. He had been wondering why 9 profound venerable, a dignified chaos realm existence, would treat a path-splitting realm life form in such a way. It turned out to be because of the Chaos Tree. Any Chaos Venerable would covet the Chaos Tree intensely. Thanks to its ability to stabilize the internal universe, it could help Chaos Venerables quickly ascend to the pinnacle of the Chaos realm. Why don't you hand over the Chaos Tree to 9 profound venerable? Lin Yuan inquired. That Chaos Tree was stolen from under 9 profound venerables' very nose. If I hand it back to him, survival would still be unlikely. Moreover, besides the Chaos Tree, there's also an inheritance space. As long as Senior is willing to act and save my clan, I will offer both together. Song Yulong spoke softly. By now, he had already come to understand the adage of bearing the burden of a coveted treasure. Had he been able to hand it over to 9 profound venerable and survive, he would have done so long ago. The Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan's expression grew pensive. The Chaos Tree was indeed immensely valuable to him. Combined with the 13th layer inheritance, Infinite Void, it could significantly enhance the capabilities of his internal universe. The second layer of Infinite Void, if he had the Chaos Tree suppressing his internal universe, the difficulty of cultivation would reduce considerably. To acquire a Chaos Tree and become mortal enemies with a venerable? Lin Yuan weighed the pros and cons. Undoubtedly, if he decided to save the Stone People clan, he would inevitably completely enrage 9 profound venerable. It is doable. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan made his decision. In terms of strength, he was now almost on par with ordinary Chaos Venerables. 9 profound venerable was only a newly ascended venerable and was roughly equal to him. Moreover, Lin Yuan wasn't a myriad manifestations void domain expert. After saving the Stone People clan, he could sever all causal ties and depart far away. For 9 profound venerable to locate him again would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he could locate Lin Yuan, it would likely take tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. By that time, Lin Yuan would already have crossed into the Dominator realm. Given his current foundation, once he advanced to the Dominator realm and consolidated his various methods, he wouldn't need to concern himself with a newly ascended venerable such as 9 profound venerable. Most importantly, Lin Yuan's apparent identity was that of a mere peak path-splitting realm existence dwelling on the ancient Ming Chaos continent. No matter how thoroughly 9 profound venerable investigated, he would only target Chaos venerable level experts and would never trace anything back to Lin Yuan. Senior, within the Sin Abyss, Song Yulong cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. Even with the Chaos Tree and the mysterious inheritance space as compensation, Song Yulong wasn't certain Lin Yuan would agree. After all, the enemy was a venerable. I will help you. Lin Yuan looked at Song Yulong and spoke. You agree? For a moment, Song Yulong was stunned. That single statement contained an overwhelming amount of information. It meant he might finally escape the infinite corrosion of the Sin Abyss. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It meant countless members of the Stone People clan might no longer have to live in constant terror, dreading the day they would perish under 9 profound venerables' wrath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069 Who is the Venerable One? Seeking monthly votes, _3 The young man in front of him, who had ties to the Stone People clan, is highly likely to also be a venerable. If he's not a venerable, then even if the reward were 10 or 100 times more precious than the Chaos Tree, heads still need the capability to obtain it. But I cannot guarantee that I will save all the Stone People clan. However, you and I can definitely be saved. Lin Yuan spoke. Cannot guarantee saving all the Stone People clan. For some reason, when Song Yulong heard this, he let out a sigh of relief instead. If Lin Yuan guaranteed everything, Song Yulong would have been uneasy. Currently, all the Stone People clan were inside 9 profound venerables' cosmic domain, with only Song Yulong suffering outside, enduring the torment of the sinful pool. Lin Yuan guaranteeing the rescue of all the Stone People clan was fundamentally unrealistic. As long as Senior is willing to act, I will entrust everything to you, Song Yulong said solemnly. At this moment, he had no other options. All right. Wait here for a moment. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Senior has left. Song Yulong glanced around but could no longer see Lin Yuan's figure. After a long while, a childish voice suddenly resonated in his mind. You brat, you scared me to death earlier. I almost thought I was going to be discovered. The childish voice revealed a tone of fear and trepidation. Can we really trust that Senior? Song Yulong asked in his heart. Earlier, It was precisely this childish voice that reminded him that Lin Yuan and 9 Profound Venerable were not on the same side, leading Song Yulong to ultimately disclose everything. Don't worry. That person has no causal connection with 9 Profound. They likely don't even know each other. His infiltration here is most likely because he truly has ties with your Stone People clan. The childish voice sounded surprised. I didn't expect your Stone People clan, such a weak and insignificant race, could actually form a connection with a venerable. Is that senior truly a venerable? Song Yulong's heart trembled. I don't know if he's a venerable, but his comprehension of space-time should have reached the 8th realm. The childish voice replied. S.E.A. the Novfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Eightfold Realm of Space-Time. Song Yulong swallowed nervously. To his knowledge, not all Chaos Venerables have reached such a level of space-time mastery. Outside the 9 Profound Secret Realm, Lin Yuan's figure reappeared. That Stone People clan. Lin Yuan recalled Song Yulong's appearance, and in his fleeting encounter with him, he vaguely sensed another consciousness wave hidden in Song Yulong's body. This feeling was faint and elusive, one that even a peak Chaos Venerable might not be able to detect. It seems that kid has secrets, but the Chaos Tree should be real. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For the sake of a Chaos Tree, it's worth mobilizing 2 primordial spirits. Lin Yuan murmured. The Chaos Tree is invaluable, one of the rare treasures that can directly enhance the foundational strength of a venerable. It would be of significant assistance to Lin Yuan. It could even aid in advancing the 3rd layer of the infinite void, to a certain extent. Primordial spirit. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked in a specific direction. Outside the chaos continent of ancient Ming, amidst the boundless chaos void, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit was seated cross-legged. Using the avatar as a coordinate, ultra-long-distance teleportation can be performed directly. Both of Lin Yuan's primordial spirits mused internally. This is one of the abilities of the 8th realm of spacetime. As long as there is a coordinate to sustain the teleportation, ultra-long-distance traversal could be executed. To confront 9 Profound Venerable at the Chaos Realm level, relying solely on an avatar wouldn't suffice. To ensure success, mobilizing 2 primordial spirits was a safer move. Once Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits merge into the Taiji primordial spirit, its combat and killing capabilities would be only a notch below his true self. It would also possess the strength nearing the threshold of the Chaos Realm. Begin. Dense space-time ripples emanated from around the Taiyang and Taiyin primordial spirits. In an instant, they disappeared. Inside the 9 Profound Secret Realm. Within the sinful pool. Song Yulong remained immersed in it. Could Senior have had a change of heart? Song Yulong endured mental torment. If despair were constant, Song Yulong might have been able to hold up. But having hope only to fall back into despair created an indescribable pain in his heart. You brat, just wait patiently. Why? The childish voice was about to scold Song Yulong but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. The next moment, a figure appeared again by the sinful pool. It was Lin Yuan. Senior. Song Yulong's spirit lifted. These chains. Lin Yuan scrutinized the chains binding Song Yulong's limbs and body. These chains didn't just imprison Song Yulong's physical body but also shackled his soul and spirit. To rescue Song Yulong, these chains must be severed. I will sever these chains as quickly as possible. It may be very painful. Lin Yuan warned. Senior, go ahead and do whatever you need. Over all these years, I have excelled at nothing but pain? That's a minor issue. Song Yulong replied immediately. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. There was an option to gradually wear down the chains. However, that would take too much time. The moment he started to wear the chains down, 9 Profound Venerable would become aware. At the highest point of the 9 Profound Secret Realm. Within a grand and majestic hall, 9 Profound Venerables sat on his throne. That mysterious space already contains some kind of inheritance. Being able to suppress it with the Chaos Tree indicates that it's highly likely an inheritance of the Great Saint level. Nine Profound Venerable began envisioning possibilities. To receive a great saint-level inheritance right after advancing to the Chaos Realm? Nine Profound Venerable considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. The only pity was that the Stone People clan brat had beaten him to it. But now the brat and the entire Stone People clan were in his grasp. Nine Profound Venerable believed it was only a matter of time before he acquired everything in that inheritance space. Suddenly, Nine Profound Venerable's expression changed as he sensed that the aura around the sinful pool had completely disappeared, along with his connection to Tsang Yulong. Not good. Nine Profound Venerable roared in fury. At that instant, the hall was suddenly enveloped by an oppressive, scorching atmosphere filled with ancient majesty, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the earth. A young man appeared between heaven and earth, hands clasped behind his back, blocking Nine Profound Venerable's path. You! Nine Profound Venerable fixed his gaze on the young man before him, his expression shifting subtly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070, Lin Yuan and Nine Profound Venerable, Request for Monthly Votes. The expression on Nine Profound Venerable's face was solemn. The young man who suddenly appeared before him exuded a strange aura, yet there was an indistinct sense of threat emanating from him. It was clear that he was also a Chaos Venerable. That boy is no longer inside the secret realm. Nine Profound Venerable's eyes narrowed slightly. He had left a contingency on Tsang Yulong, allowing him to easily pinpoint his location. Although Tsang Yulong's causal threads were now obscured and under concealment, there was no doubt he had completely vanished. Two venerables, one forcibly took the boy away, while the other held me back? Nine Profound Venerable looked at the young man not far away. If not for Lin Yuan's sudden appearance, forcing him into high alert, he could have locked onto Tsang Yulong's position in the instant he tore through the time and space of the secret realm. Not two venerables, it must be a main body and an avatar of a venerable. Nine Profound Venerable surmised in his heart. For an 11th tier life form to ascend to the 12th tier, it required an ultimate leap. During this ultimate leap, in order to consolidate all forces to break through to the 12th tier, it was necessary to recall all external psychic consciousness. The essence of an avatar is the partitioning of part of the original self's psychic consciousness, then using this psychic fragment as the core to form a duplicate, enabling shared consciousness. Recalling all external psychic consciousness meant the collapse of all avatars. As for after ascending to the 12th tier, attempting to reform new avatars, the difficulty would increase exponentially, and it would also significantly impact the main body in various aspects. Thus, many 12th tier beings were unwilling to refine avatars, as it would reduce the battle strength of their true selves. As for Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits, the Taiyin Primordial Spirit and the Taiyang Divine Spirit, they remained even before and after his breakthrough to the 12th tier because they were not strictly considered avatars. Instead, they were unique derivatives of the martial arts evolution road. Among the myriad evolutionary paths within the Chaos Void, some unique paths would unlock many special methods. Primordial spirits were such special methods within the martial arts evolution road, far beyond countless billions of layers of space-time from the Nine Profound Secret Realm. Lin Yuan carried Tsang Yulong as he moved swiftly, each step crossing through layers of space-time and spanning billions upon billions of light-years. Senior, Tsang Yulong felt the increasing distance between himself and the Nine Profound Secret Realm. Each step Lin Yuan took would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to traverse with his own speed. Is this the power of a venerable at the eightfold realm of space-time? Tsang Yulong silently marveled in his heart. In the art of overlapping and shifting through space-time, even Nine Profound Venerable seemed inferior compared to this mysterious venerable before him. What on earth did my Stone People clan's ancestors do to be connected to such an existence? Tsang Yulong steadied his mind, but an inexplicable curiosity began to arise within him. We've managed to shake him off for now. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the location of the Nine Profound Secret Realm. This time, during the operation, The Taiyin primordial spirit assisted Song Yulong in contesting against many of the restrictive bindings within the secret realm, while the Taiyang divine spirit was responsible for holding off 9 profound venerable. Everything had gone smoothly. Song Yulong had already been successfully rescued. Next, all depended on the Taiyang divine spirit. Within the 9 profound secret realm, the grand hall at the highest point, 9 profound venerables stared at Lin Yuan. The two locked in a faint standoff. Venerable, Song Yulong, that boy is gone. Several subordinates at the path-splitting realm immediately contacted 9 profound venerable. They had been tasked with guarding the sinful pool, torturing Song Yulong day and night. However, just now, they finally realized that Song Yulong's aura had disappeared. Useless fools. 9 profound venerable couldn't be bothered to reply or harshly reprimand his subordinates. The one who acted was a venerable, a true body or avatar, catching even him off guard, let alone subordinates at the path-splitting realm. 9 profound venerable, I've taken the boy. Lin Yuan spoke up. With Song Yulong now under his protection, 9 profound venerable essentially had no means to intervene anymore. As for methods like causal curse killing, at the level of a venerable, cursing and killing a path-splitting realm life form posed no challenge. But the prerequisite was the absence of another strong individual at the same level to intervene. Techniques such as causal curse killing could be blocked by external forces. For instance, the Shenhuang secret realm could isolate causality and nullify curses. I'm quite curious. 9 profound venerable fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan. For you to utilize your true self on my home turf and forcibly take Song Yulong, you must also be aware of that mysterious space. Sar the Novelier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's actions placed him directly against 9 profound venerable. Without an irresistible benefit or reward, no venerable would act in such a way. At the Chaos realm, conflicts between venerables were rarely waged unless absolutely necessary. In the Chaos Void, every venerable was considered to stand at the pinnacle. It was precisely for this reason. 9 profound venerable concluded that Lin Yuan was also aware of the mysterious space. If this weren't the case, how could a weak clan like the Stone People clan attract the aid of another venerable? And at the cost of utterly offending another venerable, no less. Indeed, I am aware. Lin Yuan nodded. 9 profound venerables' analysis was correct. If Song Yulong hadn't willingly offered the Chaos Tree and that mysterious space of inheritance suppressed by it, Lin Yuan wouldn't have intervened to rescue him. Doing so was tantamount to completely antagonizing 9 profound venerable. You've taken Song Yulong, but you likely don't know the exact coordinates of the mysterious space and would require him to tell you, correct? I had tortured Song Yulong day and night, yet he never divulged it. He wouldn't reveal it to you unconditionally either. He must have made demands, like ensuring his rescue, or perhaps saving the entire Stone People clan. 9 profound venerables' gaze turned a shade colder as he stared at Lin Yuan. You've already taken Song Yulong with you. Yet you haven't left. I assume your next target is the Stone People clan? Song Yulong's condition must have been for you to rescue the Stone People clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071 Lin Yuan and 9 Profound Venerable. Request for monthly tickets. _2 Those who can cultivate to the Chaos realm possess minds that operate at incredible speeds, able to deduce Lin Yuan's intent from mere traces of evidence. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. The reason he had not left yet was solely to reclaim the Stone People clan, still held under the 9 profound venerables' control. The lives of trillions of Stone People rest entirely on a single thought of mine. The 9 profound venerable turned his palm, revealing a miniature world before him, inside of which countless Stone People were imprisoned. I want the Chaos Tree in that mysterious space, or all these Stone People will die. The 9 profound venerable said as he stared at Lin Yuan. You want the Chaos Tree? Lin Yuan studied the 9 profound venerable with interest. I did promise that young fellow ID try to save the stone people, but I only promised to try. It's uncertain whether I can save them or not. The value of the chaos tree is something we both understand. If I were to just hand it over to you, wouldn't I have labored for nothing? Lin Yuan's tone remained calm as he added, if it's all for nothing, why would I bother saving anyone? Threatening me with the stone people? Useless. If you want, go ahead and slaughter every stone person right now. Lin Yuan eyed the 9 profound venerable with an amused expression. These words made the 9 profound venerable's expression shift slightly. He could indeed discern that Lin Yuan did not care about the lives or deaths of the stone people. Now that Song Yulong had fallen into the hands of Lin Yuan, even if all the stone people were exterminated, Lin Yuan could still potentially extract the coordinates of the mysterious space from him. And if the 9 profound venerable were to wipe out all the stone people, it might provoke Song Yulong into willingly revealing the location of the mysterious space to Lin Yuan. Thus, the 9 profound venerable found himself caught in a dilemma. Had I required the assistance of the Sin Pond in this secret domain, you wouldn't even have had the chance to take away Song Yulong. There was an unmistakable tone of resentment in the 9 profound venerable's voice. The Sin Pond was a unique feature of this secret domain, unparalleled throughout the Chaos Void. He had used it to torment Song Yulong, forcing him to reveal the mysterious space's coordinates. In truth, the 9 profound venerable had already acted with extreme caution. Tia the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had even anticipated worst-case scenarios where other venerables might have intervened. Near the Sin Pond, the 9 profound venerable had quietly arranged numerous formations. Any venerable, even those at the pinnacle of Chaos Realm, who wasn't highly skilled in formation mastery would be detected as soon as they approached. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan had managed to whisk Song Yulong away right under his nose, suggesting that Lin Yuan's mastery of formations was comparable to, or surpassed, those pinnacle Chaos Realm experts skilled in formations. Lin Yuan was not only a Chaos Venerable but also adept in formation mastery, in addition to knowing about the mysterious space. With these 3 criteria in mind, across dozens of nearby void domains, the 9 profound venerable could not think of anyone else who could fit the description. So, what do you intend to do now? The 9 profound venerable asked in a low voice. Ultimately, I did promise that young fellow ID try to save the stone people. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, but for you to hand them over directly, I suspect you'd be unwilling. Hey, race what I propose, Lin Yuan said. Let's have a duel. If I win, you hand over the stone people to me. If you win, you still hand over the stone people, but I will grant you a replicable inheritance from the mysterious space. If I win, I get an inheritance that can be replicated? The 9 profound venerable felt aggrieved. For Lin Yuan, this arrangement brought almost no risk. That chaos tree, the 9 profound venerable still attempted to negotiate. Forget the chaos tree. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, if you refuse this, you might as well slaughter all the stone people right now. The 9 profound venerable stared at Lin Yuan. He could sense that the choice Lin Yuan had laid out was already his bottom line. Agreed. After much deliberation, the 9 profound venerable finally conceded. There was no way around it. Slaughtering all the stone people brought him no benefit whatsoever. Agreeing to Lin Yuan's proposal, however, still left him with a chance to obtain the inheritance from the mysterious space. Inheritance. For a Chaos Venerable, inheritance was still critically important. The key point was, it was better than nothing. Swear your oath under the Chaos Void Origin will. Lin Yuan glanced at the 9 profound venerable. To swear an oath meant invoking a binding restriction. The Chaos Void Origin will permeate it everywhere, and oaths made under its witness carried great karmic weight. Breaking such an oath wouldn't necessarily cause physical harm, but the karmic repercussions would make future progress impossible. As a newly ascended venerable, the 9 profound venerable still harbored aspirations to reach the ultimate great saint realm. He was unlikely to break his oath. After all, if there were any alternatives, no venerable would willingly bear the burden of karmic repercussions. To cultivate to the chaos realm, one had to rise above countless billions upon billions of others. The consequences of severing their path were too grim to contemplate. Soon after, Lin Yuan and the 9 profound venerable completed their oaths. For Lin Yuan, the oath was straightforward. Even if he ultimately lost, it would simply mean sharing a replicable inheritance from the mysterious space with the 9 profound venerable. Hand over all the stone people to me. Lin Yuan looked at the 9 profound venerable and said, given that the upcoming duel meant the 9 profound venerable would have to surrender the stone people whether he won or lost, Lin Yuan decided to claim them in advance. Take them. The 9 profound venerable threw the miniature world over without hesitation. He had no interest in the stone people whatsoever. If it weren't for the need to threaten Song Yulong, he wouldn't have even bothered imprisoning them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1072, Lin Yuan and the 9 Profound Venerable, Vote for Monthly Ticket, _3 Lin Yuan accepted the micro-world, split off a trace of his mind to examine it, and discovered a large number of Stone People clan inside, trembling with fear. These Stone People also knew their own fate. With a single thought from the 9 Profound Venerable, their entire clan could be annihilated. Where shall we duel? After checking several times and confirming there was no issue with the micro-world, Lin Yuan put it away and casually asked. Just outside the secret realm. The 9 Profound Venerable replied. Duels between venerables are catastrophic in their destructiveness. While the 9 Profound Secret Realm was birthed by the Chaos Void, it clearly did not possess the indestructible characteristics of the universe itself. If 2 venerables were to fight inside the secret realm, the realm wouldn't be able to withstand it and could directly collapse into ruin. The 9 Profound Secret Realm was the lair of the 9 Profound Venerable. Naturally, he didn't wish to see that happen. No problem. Lin Yuan's figure slowly began to fade. Half an hour later. See you outside the secret realm. So the novel, If Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared completely. The 9 Profound Venerable, seeing this, did not worry that Lin Yuan would leave prematurely. Firstly, because Lin Yuan had sworn under the will of the Chaos Void origin, breaking the oath would bring karmic retribution upon him. Secondly, whether winning or losing, there was no tangible loss for Lin Yuan. This was also the reason why the 9 Profound Venerable so readily handed over all the Stone People clan. When did such a venerable appear in the nearby void domain? The 9 Profound Venerable sat on his throne, silently pondering. At the level of Chaos Venerables, one would typically share at least passing familiarity. They all knew of each other. Yet he had never heard of a venerable named Lin Yuan. Could he have come from some distant void domain? Or could he, like myself, have only recently stepped into the Chaos Realm, and news of it hasn't spread yet? The 9 Profound Venerables speculated inwardly. Moments later, several Dominator-level experts cautiously entered the hall. Venerable, these Dominator-level experts still didn't know what had happened, but since the Song Yulong they were guarding suddenly vanished, they were surely at fault. Enough. Retrieve all gathering points outside the secret realm into the secret realm, and activate the secret realm's defensive formation at full capacity. The 9 Profound Venerable instructed. Encircling the Chaos Continent were countless fragment worlds. While the 9 Profound Secret Realm couldn't compare to the Chaos Continent, it still hosted numerous gathering points. In the impending battle between the 9 Profound Venerable and Lin Yuan, the aftermath would undoubtedly engulf these gathering points. Retrieving all of them into the secret realm would be the safest approach. Furthermore, the 9 Profound Secret Realm itself needed to enter its highest defensive state to withstand the aftershocks of the 2 Venerables' battle. Venerable, why are we retrieving those gathering points? The Dominator-level subordinates looked shocked and puzzled. The 9 Profound Venerable did not reprimand them for their negligence in guarding but instead issued these instructions. Shortly, I will spar with another Venerable just outside. The 9 Profound Venerable's words were brief, but the Dominator-level subordinates were deeply shaken. Spar? With another venerable? Far across layers of space and time. The Taiyin primordial spirit stood silently in place. Song Yulong stood respectfully to the side. It's done. A figure condensed. It was the Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan. 2 seniors. Song Yulong was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing they were likely incarnations. These are your clan's people. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and a micro-world appeared. Within it were countless stone people. Clan's people. Song Yulong's expression turned emotional, his voice trembling slightly. He had never imagined he would one day see his clan's people again. Though Lin Yuan had mentioned trying to save the Stone People clan before bringing him out, it had only been a tentative promise. The 9 Profound Venerable was not someone easy to deal with. But now, all the Stone People were right in front of him. Don't get too excited. The 9 Profound Venerable handed over the Stone People, but there are terms involved. Lin Yuan looked at Song Yulong and proceeded to explain the agreement he made with the 9 Profound Venerable. Everything will be as you decide, senior. Song Yulong replied respectfully. Sharing a replicable inheritance with the 9 Profound Venerable? To Song Yulong, this was inconsequential. He had already planned to hand over that inheritance space to Lin Yuan, so naturally, he would follow Lin Yuan's arrangements. When Song Yulong had been in the hands of the 9 Profound Venerable, his refusal to yield had stemmed from knowing that surrendering would likely still lead to death. In fact, the 9 Profound Venerable might have exterminated not only him out of spite but also his entire clan. Taking the mysterious space away in front of the 9 Profound Venerable had undoubtedly provoked immense anger. All right. My duel with the 9 Profound Venerable is imminent. Now, you may tell me the exact space-time coordinates of that mysterious space. Lin Yuan looked at Song Yulong and spoke in an even tone. Exact space-time coordinates. Song Yulong took a deep breath. Without the slightest hesitation, he revealed the coordinates. Lin Yuan had fulfilled all his promises, not only rescuing him but also saving the entire Stone People clan. Song Yulong dared not delay for even a moment. Though Lin Yuan had always come across as incredibly kind in his demeanor towards Song Yulong, this only deepened his awe. Someone capable of forcing the ruthless 9 Profound Venerable to relent so thoroughly, how could Lin Yuan truly be as kind as he appeared? If Lin Yuan were to be angered, Song Yulong felt that his fate would be countless times worse than if he had remained in the hands of the 9 Profound Venerable. Space-time coordinates. Lin Yuan, having obtained the exact coordinates, began extending his perception toward it. The space-time of the Chaos Void was vast beyond measure, layered across countless temporal planes. Even Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints could not traverse them all. Thus, space-time coordinates in the Chaos Void were of immense importance. Without exact coordinates, even a Chaos Great Saint could become lost in the endless layers of time and space. Buzz. Lin Yuan's immense consciousness spread outward, following the coordinates provided by Song Yulong until it locked onto a mysterious space deep within the layers of time and space. That space, Lin Yuan observed it carefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.